Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Good morning, colleagues.
Yeah, Deva. Orim Deva.
Shabi litswile hoseng tate Letsiema.
No, rona re tswa le ho gym-a rona. Wa itse when we are working with you guys, santse re ntshe stress because le re kenya stress. A le kgatale ko re kenya stress.
Tate Letsie, nna ke re shebile dibuka tsa stress tse re di beile ka side-eng.
la khona man shebile di-movie yo
Di-election mo.
ya oh.
Honorable Lee. Lizzie.
Tintswana,
How are you?
you are taking me yesterday.
Lati na lona. Lati.
Tintswana,
No, when you were attacking me last time.
no, this one I'm not even going to call order. Let me be. Ay.
Honorable Manani, how are you?
Sharp wena.
Yeah.
We tlogetse kana ke eng se sa gago ke monster wa go ke. O ka re ke yone go sokodisa mo di meeting wait.
Ah, wa kitwe.
Oh.
Kitwe.
All right.
Good
morning.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Morning, honorable members and colleagues. If we can all mute our devices, please. All right, thank you. Anela, can we check if there are any apologies before we begin with our meeting?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the honorable members and our guests. Chairperson, we received apologies from the minister. So the minister is briefing the deputy, is attending a meeting with the deputy president to brief him on the human HRTCSA. So the DG is also the secretariat for that event. The DG is also attending that event. We also received apologies, Chair, from Ms. Fuchane and Ms. Ngwenya. The DDGs are not able to attend the meeting. And the last apology that we received, Chairperson, is from Honorable Hachau. She'll be joining the meeting a little bit later. Thank you very much, Chair. Those are the apologies.
All right, thank you, Anele. And once again, good morning to colleagues and to honorable members. Today's meeting will look into, will be by the National Skills Fund regarding the implementation of their Audit Action Plan in order to address the 2022-2023 audit findings, as well as by MERSETA on their implementation of the Audit Action Plan, to address the 2022-2023 audit findings, including progress in the implementation of the forensic investigation reports. I'm not sure who will then be leading the department before I hand over to colleagues from the NSF. I don't know if we have an indication of that, unless I must just hand over to the NSF, that's also fine. But I think DDG Mvalo's here. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct, Honorable Chair. I am present. Then, if you so allow me, I will proceed.
Okay, over to you, DDG Mvalo, and then you'll hand over then to colleagues from NSF, and then followed by MERSETA.
Okay. Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the team from the National Skills Fund, led by the Acting Executive Officer, from MERSETA, led by our chairperson, together with other board members and acting CEO. As you have already alluded, Honorable Chair, today we are dealing with two entities of the Department of Higher Education and Training, of which all these two entities are Schedule 3A in terms of the Public Finance Management Act and very much established in terms of the Skills Development Act. In the program, Honorable Chair, we're starting with the National Skills Fund, and fortunately, I've already alluded some of the areas that will be focused upon today. Amongst others, obviously, is AG findings. Then the colleagues will be reporting, led by the by the acting executive officer. For example, that in finance, we've heard about 9 findings. At this stage, 22% of those findings have been completed. 78% of them obviously are in progress. And with regard to planning instruments, especially the annual performance plan, the executive officer will be going through 10 audit findings, of which 80% of those findings have been completed. It's good news. 20% in progress. There is also a finding in human resources. Obviously, very important for the capacity of the National Skills Fund. There is going to be a status report in terms of the senior management posts within the National Skills Fund. Focus, obviously, is going to be on 14 posts, of which I must say also there's a lot of work that has been done with regard to the work in this posts within the National Skills Fund. 6 of them submissions is already en route, and 2 interviews are being scheduled already, and 3 appointments made, and 1 in the process of shortlisting. So it tells us then, therefore, esteemed and honorable chair and members of the portfolio committee, that there is much work that is being undertaken at the National Skills Fund, especially in ensuring that we are capacitating the National Skills Fund. And obviously, when we get into MERSETA, the focus, as Honorable Chair have already indicated, is going to be, amongst others, on forensic investigation. We know there were a number of officials were involved in this forensic investigation. Senior manager, program implementation, client relationship management, chief operations officer, chief executive officer, coordinator, ICT, as well as some of the current and erstwhile board members. So the MERSETA is going to be taking us through with regard to the progress around the implementation of the forensic investigation. However, I must mention, honorable members, that there is a lot of progress, obviously, that has been achieved since then, as we'll hear today from the chairperson together with the management team. And also, there's much work that is being done with regard to Audit Action Plan. I might have indicated in another meeting when we're dealing with the issues of SITAs, that we are, as the department, meeting with the SITAs on a quarterly basis also to monitor the progress with regard to the implementation of the audit findings. MERSETA will be, amongst others, focusing on annual financial statements, performance information, and compliance with laws and regulations in terms of those Auditor General findings. Basically, that will be it as of now. Honorable Chairperson, from our side, I will then invite our acting executive officer of the National Skills Fund, together with the team, to take us through then, Honorable Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, DDG Mvalo. Good morning, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Mem Kachwa. Good morning also to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, my colleagues from the department, the AGSA. Chair, if you may allow me then to just give a brief, on top of what DDG Mvalo has indicated, just a brief, largely an operational background with respect to of the Audit Action Plan for 22-23 with respect to the NSF. Let me start sharing the slide. Is it visible, Honorable Chair?
Not yet. We still can't see anything on our side.
Okay, Chair, let me try again to share it. Is it visible now?
No.
Emadoda.
Can we get someone else to help? Anela, do you have capacity on your side to share? All right, there we go.
Is it
Thank you.
visible, Chair? Or
Yes,
is it from
we can
Anele?
we can see it through Anele, and then
Okay.
you can close your camera because it just indicated that your network is a bit low. So if you could just, or your bandwidth is a bit low, then
No,
we
it's
saw
okay,
it,
Chair.
yeah, and it's you. Thank you.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Thanks very much, Chair, for your indulgence. Chair, if I may start maybe to give just a brief background before the slides move, to say it is noteworthy, Chair, that at this juncture, the NSF actually managed the team in its entirety to move from the two successive disclaimers in the previous 4 years or so up to this point in time with respect to the financial statement and also in terms of annual performance of the institution. With respect to financial statements, Chair, it is also noteworthy, Chair, to observe that there was a great deal of audit improvement, audit outcome improvement. As I have indicated, that two successive disclaimers up to qualification stage now. Under normal circumstances, this is not yet an ideal situation, of which we are seized with addressing it, Chair, as it will be indicated in this audit action plan. And also, Chair, the reduction of findings are the critical things, Chair, that we will address today in terms of the financial statement. As you would know, Honorable Chair, that since 2020-21 audit opinion, there were 91 findings that were made. 21-22, we managed to reduce those to 58. 22-23 financial year, we managed to reduce those to 30. And 23-24, we are looking at a further reduction, Chair. What is of some complication, Chair, here is that it's not only the findings as they relate to the current year that is audited, but some of them are actually historical findings, mostly related to records. And those we are progressing very well with respect to continuously closing them. And also our internal controls, Chair, as we move along, we assist with really improving them. Quite a number of those findings that are remaining. It will be noted that they largely depend on the information technology system or platform that we need to install or establish within the NSF, because largely this work, where we've moved or we've reduced the findings, it is largely informed by, still at the base of it, quite a lot of manual work, which is not really sustainable. As I have indicated, that some of these findings that are remaining, they actually relate to an assistive IT platform that we need to establish within the NSF. Also, with annual performance report, Chair, there is great improvement there, because in the last 3 years, our information reporting with respect to performance was disclaimed. And the previous year, it was qualified. And as I've indicated, that also it's not an ideal situation. This part is largely dependent to what I've just alluded to say the IT platform is largely going to be assistive, because organizational performance largely relies on information and records, which largely they reside with the skills development providers. And we've got a very huge field with respect to the STPs who relay information to us. It's not only private STPs, public STPs, they are also there. SETAs, they are also there, by the way. And also a lot of other state departments, which we fund. So basically, the organizational performance report extract information from those institutions that I have mentioned, and to handle this information in a very efficient and reliable manner. An IT platform is critical, Chair. From the legislative compliance point of view, Chair, we, of course, in terms of PFMA here in particular, we have reduced quite a number of material non-compliances, and we have enhanced quite a lot of our internal systems in terms of standard operating procedures that should be there, in terms of systems that should be there, and in terms of precisely chronicling our value chain with regards to skills development implementation, as well as its supporting environment. Chair, as a result of this, we had established, or we had developed, a 2023 Audit Action Plan, which today we are going to then provide the progress report with regards to that. And also, what is also important, Chair, is that we're working very closely. In fact, it's the third year now that we've established those collegial and professional and mutual respectful relationship between the AG and ourselves. And as a result, there is great improvement in our operations or in our performance. And based on that, Chair, the critical element that has been established is that we have undertaken to do an interim audit with the AG each year, and we'll proceed with this, Chair, until we are in better places than we are currently. So when we present our audit action plan today, Chair, we'll present it as a team. I will give over at some point to the CFO, Mr. Gubega, who will take the committee through the financial matters of the audit action plan. And then on organizational performance, it will be Ms. Era. Then on human resource matter or the finding that relates to HR, I will go through that, Chair. And then with respect to skills development implementation, the acceleration of delivery in particular, as arising from the Audit Action Plan, Mema Lebu will take us through, Chair. At this point then, Chair, if you may then allow me to give over to our CFO, Mr. Kubeka, to then take the committee through the finance part of the Audit Action Plan. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, oh, can I start?
Yeah, I saw some delay. Yeah, you may proceed through you, Chair. You may proceed,
Yes,
Mr.
continue,
Kubeka.
colleagues. As you hand over to one another within one entity, you can just continue, colleagues. You don't need my permission to move. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to you, and good morning to honorable members, colleagues from the department, colleagues from MERSETA, colleagues from the AG, SA, and other colleagues that have joined us on the call. By the way of introduction, my name is Zama Kubeka. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at the NSF. Apologies, Chairperson, I won't be able to show my face, obviously, due to the fact that there might be delays in terms of the presentation. So, Chairperson, as highlighted here and alluded earlier by Mr. Mvalo, we
Mr.
had.
Kubeka, if you could kindly open the camera so that we see you, and then you can close it as you continue to present.
All right. Is it on?
It's saying that there's no visuals coming through. So you opened it, but there's something that shows Intenga Sebens. It's fine. Present, but when we come back for the question and answer session, please just let me see your face, then you can close it afterwards. You may continue.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Okay, so as alluded by Mr. Mbala earlier, finance had about 9 findings. So how we have categorized the findings, we have categorized them to material findings as well as other findings. So in terms of the material findings, we had in total four findings, and in other findings, we had 5 findings. So what is worth noting is that only 22% have been addressed and 78% are in progress. Chairperson, so most of the findings have been addressed that we must highlight, but obviously the AG, we have resolved the findings during the audit. However, the AG indicated that because the internal control deficiencies that led to the findings that we had. So hence we have included them as in progress. So the only finding that relates to finance that was not resolved was one that relates to provisions. That finding was part of the audit report that was presented by the AG in the prior year. So as I've alluded, those findings that were resolved during the audit remain part of the audit report as part of the material findings, material misstatements in the financial statements. But predominantly this relates to the integrated and interface system that we do not have as NSF. Most importantly, we record this on the Excel document as a commitment schedule. So most of the findings that relates to non-exchange transactions. So those findings, they are interlinked. To name a few, it's the SDF expenditure, it's your accruals, it's your payables and receivables, as well as provisions. So those particular components they have interlinked because they are interlinked, and therefore they led to the paragraphs in the audit report. If I can be assisted with the next slide. Thank you. So maybe before I start with the slide, in terms of the commitment schedule, Chairperson, we have moved a bit. We are trying to source the company or the service provider that can assist us in terms of automating the commitment schedule, because we feel that it is a very integral part of our processes. So coming to this slide, these are the qualification areas that are there in the audit report. So maybe just to give a bit of a background before I proceed with the slide. So in the prior, we received a qualification on SDF expenditure. On the SDF expenditure, it was mainly the lack of supporting documentation. In auditor's term, they call it a limitation. And then in terms of the provisions, we had a disagreement. This disagreement is mainly linked to the commitment schedule, which I spoke to earlier. So in terms of the audit term, it's a disagreement because the financial statement do not agree with what has been produced as a supporting documentation. The main root causes, before I come to each transaction that we identify in the past, was relating to capacity constraint. The HR will provide progress in that regard. And I spoke to this lack of automated system and also the lack of supporting documentation. The skills development implementation unit will provide progress on this. So coming back to the qualification items that are displayed. So the first area was around skills development expenditure. I've alluded to the fact that there was insufficient supporting documentation that was produced, which the Auditor General indicated as a limitation. So I did highlight the issue of capacity constraint on the root cause, and also inadequate review of the quarterly financial reports, and inadequate collection of underlying source documentation, which I've alluded to, and the inadequate monitoring of information stored in OneDrive that we utilize to store information. So in terms of the progress so far, we have done some stride in terms of the appointment. HR will also assist us here. The interns have started. We have a project management contract that we advertise and will be filled soon. And there's been capacitation of the quality assurance function. We have appointed the project management consultancy. And lastly, we have established a OneDrive where quarterly performance information, financial as well as performance, is stored. But obviously, more details will be provided by the skills development implementation unit when they are present. In terms of the provision, Chairperson, we have again AG indicated that there was inadequate systems in place for provisions. So what we have done, if you look at the records again, it's mainly the commitment schedule, which was not captured adequately and also not reviewed properly. So again, here we established a business process that outlines how to calculate the provision. And what we've done as well, we have appointed a champion that will be looking at specifically the provisions. And then we have created a regional commitment schedules for every quarter, which is reviewed by the acting director. And obviously, we have now already recalculated the 100% provisions, but this will be confirmed by the AG when they are looking at the opening balance. Can move to the next slide. So these are other findings, Chairperson. To us, they are very important. That is the reason why we are tracking them. But they did not have a bearing on the report, on the management report that was produced by the HSA. The first one relates to the finance income from advance payments. So again, as I alluded earlier, AG accepted, we make the corrections. It was not material. However, we just need to make sure that our internal controls are effective to avoid the occurrence in future. We have a champion that maintains the interest book, so an audit file, so that when the AG comes back, we are able to produce that timelessly. The second one relates to the TVET infrastructure. So there were differences between the amount recorded on the financial statements and the quarterly reports. Again, here, what we've done, we have a champion that maintains the TVET infrastructure and ensures that the workbook is accurate and complete. We've created a template that indicates the budget expenditure. So here it will assist us just to track in terms of the budget versus the actual expenditure. And we also have a task team that is liaising with the head members in terms of ensuring that we reconcile the budget that is spent on an annual basis. Again, Chairperson, we just highlighting the fact that this finding was addressed by the AG, was accepted by the AG after we made the corrections, but we just want to make sure that we track it in terms of the corrective measures going forward. If you can move to the next slide. Okay, the next finding relates to trade receivable from non-exchange discounting in presentation. So, Chairperson, here we did not consider the discounting of the receivables when we doing our financial statements, which is a requirement of GRAP standard. Therefore, what we've done now, we have incorporated that element of discounting in the commitment schedule. These have been considered in the interim financial statements. Again, when we're doing the last year's financial statements and during the audit, Auditor General accepted our calculations. But however, we just make sure that now going forward, this is included as part of our calculation so that the deficiency is resolved. The next finding relates to provision from skills development expenditure. Again, here the calculation has been done. We just hope that the AG will be able to review it, review the opening balance, so that when we do the calculation for 23-24, it is up to date. There is also the champion that has been appointed. We have also the master commitment schedule, which we've used to ensure that we include the calculations of provisions. Okay, the next finding relates to deferred expenditure, which was a limitation. So here, the issues of OneDrive come into place where we were unable to upload the information, but now we have ensured that the OneDrive can store the information that is required. So all the information, all the issues that we identified have now been included in the OneDrive, where AG can easily get the information when they want. And we also, the interns are also assisting us in terms of reviewing and ensuring that the information that is included in the OneDrive, which is our system that we are currently using, is complete and accurate. Okay. Then the next finding relates to deferred expenditure differences. Again, here we have engaged our ICT to automate, as I've indicated, that we are already in the process of automating the commitment schedule. So our ICT is assisting us there. Another important element is that each fund manager completes the regional commitment schedule, which is reviewed by the acting director. Again, we have the champion that specifically deals with the deferred expenditure, and that is reviewed by the acting director. Can move to the next slide. I believe this will be the last slide for finance. So trade and receivable differences, Chairperson, what we've done here, again, we are maintaining the workbook by each manager, and it's linked, each fund manager is linked to the regional commitment schedule. It is reviewed by the acting director, but before the acting director reviews it, the champion also reviews it to ensure that it is accurate and complete. The workbook will be submitted to the internal auditors when they are looking at the trade receivables. But Chairperson, I must highlight the fact that the internal auditors, whatever that we have done or we've agreed with the internal auditors in terms of the scope, we submit to them for review before the Auditor General. And then the next one, it was on TVET infrastructure, which was incorrect classification. Again, I've alluded to the fact that TVET infrastructure, there's a champion that deals specifically with those transactions and keep the supporting documentation. And then after that, it is reviewed by the acting director and the champion before it is submitted to the next level of assurance provider. And there's a reporting template that has been created for budget versus expenditure, which I've alluded to earlier, to ensure that all the the operating expenditure are excluded and only capital expenditure are included on the TVET infrastructure calculations. The last finding was around consequence management. This specific transaction relates to the NSFAS payment, which we made, which was above the budget. So what we've done at the moment, internal auditors are busy with the determination test for irregular expenditure, and it was completed at the end of February. So it will now be transferred to the loss control function, which then will evaluate and see what action that is required next. Loss control function now has been moved to financial management and planning. So that directorate is under the office of the CFO. Therefore, the first quarter report will be submitted to the office of the CFO on the 30th of April for his review. Chairperson, that takes me to the end of the presentation, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Chair, moving forward then to HR unit with respect to the Audit Action Plan. This is the aggregated status with respect to the progress in filling the 47 vacancies. At this point in time, 19 positions, Chair, they're at the verification stage where it's largely administrative to confirm a number of things, qualifications and so forth. 4 of those are at the shortlisting stage, 2 at interview stage, and then there are 12 submissions that have been made, and also the appointments that have been made are 10. Next slide, please. Now, the disaggregation, Chair, with respect to the senior management posts, it is as indicated there from the executive office, where all the processes have taken place, Chair. It's just the submission stage now for the actual appointment. Then it goes down to the CFO who has been appointed, the Director of Finance and Administration has been appointed, Director of Financial Planning. It's a submission state, meaning the process has been completed. It just needs to go through to appointment now. And then the schedule is as indicated, Chair, in this slide, right up to the last post, Chair, the Director Strategy, Partnership and Innovation, where all of these are at the either shortlisting stage, appointment or submission. The good thing is there's Director ICT now who has been appointed, who is spearheading the establishment of the IT platform within the NSF. Next slide, please. This is the further disaggregation, Chair, with respect to the posts, the actual posts now that are at verification stage. They are as indicated in this slide, the total, which is 19. Next slide. The further disaggregation, Chair, the posts that are at shortlisting stage, they are as indicated there, as well as those that are at the interview stage. Next slide, please. The posts, these, Chair, are the ones that have been completed. They are now awaiting final approval, then followed by the actual appointment. Next slide, please. These are the actual appointments, Chair, from the 1st of April to date. As I have indicated in the aggregate slide, in total at this point in time, we've got 10 vacancies that have been filled. Thank you, Chair. The next one will then be SIOP, Ms. Era, if you may come through.
Good morning to the Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee and the Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the department and the colleagues from NSF and MERSETA. Chair, I have put on my camera. If it is impacting the presentation, you can indicate if I can close the camera again. So today I'm going to take us briefly through the key actions that the NSF management has attended to as it relates to our organizational performance in the implementation and reporting of our strategic plan, as well as the annual performance plan for the period 22-23, and most of the interventions and controls that have been introduced through the Audit Action Plan are to be sustained, and they are currently being tested further to institutionalize their effectiveness and also strengthen them as we proceed. So within the organizational performance reporting environment, we had 10 findings. These were mainly related to the annual performance plan and SP proactive review that the AGSA undertakes. There's also the incorrect classification of performance information, and this is specifically in terms of how projects are approved and then linked to a specific APP and strat plan indicator. There are elements or findings that were related to overstatement as well as some understatement of achievements and inconsistency and reliability of information. Out of the 10 findings that were identified, the Audit Action Plan at a high level identified that it was critical for us to review our planning in terms of ensuring that it was smart, as well as ensuring that it complies with the FMPPI, which is the framework for program performance information. And that went right up until the automation of the information so that it's easily accessible. So in terms of if I can request that we move to the next slide. So out of the 10 findings, there were 8 that were addressed, and inherently those were related to the APP. It was also in terms of collecting all of the information that was not available or readily available at the time of audit. We had subsequently undertaken a review of our performance reporting information policy as well as the procedure. And one of the most critical control interventions, there are 3 of them, was the development of the lead schedule, which enables the reconciliation of performance, the introduction of the quality assurance unit within the skills development implementation unit, as well as the introduction of validation, both at desktop as well as on-site to provide assurance layers on the reported information. So the summarized information is 2 layers. It's those that were related to findings for beneficiaries. These are learners that are funded. We had 77, and those 77 records were sourced and also validated and quality assured. In addition, where we did have a challenge was some of the protocols with the storage of the access of the evidence. This has now subsequently been resolved by management by the establishment of an indexing of the project information so that it can feed effectively into the programmatic reporting for program 2 and 3. The second layer related to the non-learner, and these are mainly the projects under program 3 related to infrastructure, capacity building, and research. And there were 32 findings that have now been resolved. The information has been received, as well as the verification of the controls that have been introduced by management, specifically around the TIDs, because the specificity of the type of information to support that reported performance is now available. The two findings that are currently not fully completed, but they are in progress, were the findings related to the exceptions that were identified through the CAT testing done by the AGSA on the performance information. And these are specifically in terms of the ID numbers, duplication of learners between the NSF and CETAs. So in terms of this finding, in January of 2024, through the department, we did receive the approved memorandum of agreement between DHET and the entities with the Department of Home Affairs. And this is to ensure the exchange of data for verification purposes and for further analysis. So that work is currently still in process because there are certain protocols that we have to follow with the Department of Home Affairs in terms of ensuring that the information complies with the POPI Act, as well as ensuring that the correct procedures to access the Department of Home Affairs are followed and complied with. The element of finding on exception that will not be resolved within the NSF, but in collaboration with the DHET, are those that are related to the PSET sector duplication through the interventions that the department is establishing around the integration and automation of the PSET information. So that is the summary and the status on the findings as it relates to performance. Chair, I will then, Honorable Chair, through you, I will then hand over to my next colleague, Ms. Malebu, who will take us through the implementation component. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Era, and firstly, good morning to the Portfolio Committee Chairperson, to the members of the Portfolio Committee, to the colleagues at the Department of Higher Education and Training, DDG Mvalo, and all other colleagues, to the colleagues from MERSETA, to the Acting Executive Officer of the National Skills Fund, and colleagues at the NSF. Good morning. My name is Miriam Malebu, and I am the Acting Chief Director for Skills Development Implementation at the National Skills Fund. Chairperson, with your permission, can I please maybe switch off my camera? I am at the office. The reception tends to be a challenge. I wouldn't want it to interfere with the presentation, Chair. Thank you.
That's okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, as indicated by the Acting Executive Officer, we had a number of findings related to skills development implementation, specifically with regards to our legacy programs, which required us to obtain sufficient evidence to confirm the accuracy, validity, and completeness of the data that would qualify why we processed payment in respect of the different programs. You will take note, Chairperson, that we've got 8 findings as skills development implementation. If you look at the COF 3 right up to COF 25, whilst we have indicated that we have completed these specific tasks, we can also confirm that internal audit are in process of reviewing to ensure that we do not find ourselves wanting when we submit the final file in preparation of the interim audit that is currently underway. So just to indicate, Chairperson, when you look at the completeness bar or the status that is being beamed on your screens, whilst it is green because we have initiated and we have now piloted a quality assurance function within skills development implementation to assist with the verification and the review of all the underlying source documents linked to performance information and linking it back to the financial expenditure of the programs that would have been funded by the National Skills Fund. We have a team that commenced with this exercise at the end of October 2020. 2023, and we focused mainly on the first quarter of 2023 to ensure that we have all the underlying source documents. I can confirm as of today, we've reviewed just over 27,000 records to confirm accuracy, completeness, validity, and reliability of all the underlying source documents. So in instances where there were incorrect classifications, we have gone back to review the actual performance information report that was submitted, the layer that was alluded to by Ms. Era in terms of the verification and validation has taken place between strategy, innovation, and organizational performance. So there's clear synergy in terms of what we are doing on the ground versus what the validation team are doing, but also what the pilot function is doing within SDI to ensure that we are submitting all the relevant documents. Then in terms of the reliability findings, Chairperson, the reliability findings also emanated and related to the limitation of scope in terms of the underlying source documents. The pilot quality assurance function is now at a point where we validate each and every document linked to a beneficiary. So where a project has 100 beneficiaries, for example, we manually would go in and validate that information so that should the AG come, the information is readily available for the AGSA to then review and confirm the accuracy and completeness of the data. We also are ensuring that as the quality assurance function, that we liaise with the different directorates and chief directorates within SDI, within SIOP, within CFO's office to ensure that there's a common understanding in terms of the documents that would have been submitted. The OneDrive, which the CFO spoke to, is the system we are currently using to upload the information. We've tested it through the ICT to colleagues to ensure that when the AG comes in, they too then access the system. They will not find themselves having the same challenges they had in the prior year. Can I maybe request that we go to the next slide, please? Then in terms of the skills development funding, this really relates to our funding and our costing in terms of the processing of payments. You will note, Chair, that we have indicated them all in orange. And the reason why they are all in orange, they all have a similar finding, which relates to the limitation of underlying source documents linked to an expenditure that has been processed by the National Skills Fund. I will not necessarily go into each of them individually, but to indicate that the reason why they are orange, we have then handed files over to our internal auditors to ensure that they review and test the assurances linked to the control measures that have been put in place by skills development complete. So you will take note, Chairperson and honorable committee members, that all the skills development findings related to SDI will only become green once our internal auditors have given us the green light. I can also indicate that in some instances, they have sent some of the findings back to SDI to maybe just try closing some of the gaps. It could mean that there's a document which the internal auditors are saying to us will strengthen the conclusion of the finding, and the colleagues have since started working on all those findings. We can then go to the next slide, which is also then just talking to the point that I have raised earlier on. We can then go to the next one. All those relate to limitation of scope. So Chairperson, just in a nutshell, skills development implementation have established what we call a pilot quality assurance function to help us improve on our operational efficiencies, to help us ensure that by the time the AG arrives for the interim and final audit, all the relevant underlying source documents are readily available to confirm accuracy, completeness, and validity of data. Then secondly, Chairperson, in terms of the legacy projects that the acting executive officer alluded to, as SDI, we are engaging the different stakeholders to ensure we try getting as much information as possible to then conclude and close on those programs. We can confirm that there's evidence of beneficiaries having taken through the system. We can confirm there is evidence of completeness through competency certificates by the relevant ETQAs. We just need to tie and close that gap to ensure that we then close these findings, noting that some of the service providers are trying to then source the documents linked to the legacy programs. Chairperson, I'll hand over back to the Acting Executive Officer to then maybe just conclude on the presentation for the National Skills Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. That then presents the progress report of the APP of the NSF to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Perhaps then, Honorable Chair, honorable members, with your permission now, we can invite the chairperson of the MERSETA together with the team to make the presentation and allow if chairperson is having any opening remarks, maybe before introducing the team as well. Thanks very much, Chair and honorable members. Chair, Ms. Moloto, you can come in.
Yes, they can, Mr. Mbalo, but I also would like to guide. So NSF took 30 minutes longer than they were meant to, or almost 30 minutes longer than they were meant to. I didn't stop colleagues because we know the challenges we've had at NSF. And so I felt perhaps it's important that we afford them sufficient time to bring us into confidence of how we are steering the ship in the right direction. But I would like to appeal to MERSETA with all the challenges that we have there, that colleagues are cognizant of time. I know we've allocated 30 minutes to yourselves. I will pardon colleagues to go a little bit over that, but let us try to remain within time, or be cognizant of time, rather. Thank you, Mr. Mbalo. Ms. Moloto may continue.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the committee, DDG Mvalo, colleagues from the NSF. I'm Kate Moloto and chairperson of MERSETA. I'm here with a team comprising 2 deputy chairs, Gos de Beer and Louis van Heestian, and 2 chairs of our committees, Alex Mashilo and Kumo Mzozoyane, for the Governance and Strategy Committee and the Audit and Risk Committee, respectively. I'm also joined by our full executive management team, led by the ACEO, Ms. Tisam Pande. They comprise the ACOO, acting strategy exec, acting CFO, the CSE, and our CIO. So all the execs are here with us. We're going to take you through an update on our forensic investigations, progress on the Audit Action Plan, and consequence management. And then our management will make a declaration. In terms of the background, we were here in October 2023 and needed to deal with reasons for deviation from our targets, details of our irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and action plan on audit findings. We did run out of time that day, and the committee did warn us that they will call us back. And today, there are two areas that we must focus on, and it's the forensic investigations and the audit action plan. Sorry, my screen is skewed. In terms of the background to the forensic audit, there are basically two whistleblowing reports, one in December 2021 and the second one in September 2022. The first one involved the senior manager program implementation and other staff members. He then blew a whistle on the CEO and the COO in September 2022, which led to their suspensions in October and November, respectively, 2022. We have broken down the reports into those that cover the AA members, past and present, past and present, and staff members. In terms of the AA, the probity checks are still ongoing with respect to former members. There are 3 former members that have been were alleged to be involved in one other form of misconduct or another. One, actually, the forensic investigation implicated them to the extent that there is no further need for us as the organization to probe. And so we have reported her to the Hawks, and the law has to take its course there. And we provided the report to the minister in case he needs to do more. However, it's doubtful that he can probe further. We hope that the law will take its course. The good news for today for us as the AA is that there was only one current AA member that was fingered in all these whistleblowing reports. And he has been cleared by the probity checks that we conducted. The conclusion of the investigators was that there is no basis for the allegation against him, as there is no relationship with the person that shared a surname with him. We also wish to note that there was no amount of money ever paid to this member and even to the other entity that had applied, whose owner has the same name as him. And we are proud to stand here today and confirm that there is absolutely no cloud hanging over any member of the current accounting authority. The other area is PRECA reporting. I thought it would be important to assure members that we have indeed opened criminal cases against all involved in these investigations that have been implicated. As soon as the matter goes from a mere allegation to an implication, we have reported that matter to the Hawks, and we have also reported the entities that were involved. And we are therefore now awaiting law enforcement to take over. And for emphasis, criminal cases were also opened against the CEO, the COO, and the former AA members. Sorry. In terms of the CEO, he was placed on precautionary suspension on the 16th of November. The forensic report with respect to him was received in May 2023, and instructions to commence with his disciplinary hearing were forwarded in October 2023. And the hearing started earnestly in December. However, there was a halt requested by him in January, seeking a postponement of 3 months. And as the AA, we decided that this must be without pay because it's at his own instance. With respect to the COO, she was placed on precautionary suspension on the 5th of October 2022. Her hearing started in July, and there were several delays. However, we for about 6 months now have put in place a monitoring mechanism whereby the HRC and myself get weekly reports, and we review them. And if we are not satisfied, we intervene. As a result, we are again pleased to be able to say that the findings on her case will be issued by the 21st of March by the chair. I'll hand over now to Mr. Jock to deal with the staff. However, Chair, I hope that we have managed to demonstrate the serious manner in which the AA has taken these matters to heart, and the hands-on approach that we have adopted to ensure that while these processes can really take on their own lives, we are ready to wield a carrot and stick approach to make sure that the matters progress. And when the time comes for the tough measures to be taken, we have not held back. We have reported people to the Hawks. We have withheld payment. We have warned staff members that they will go on unpaid leave. They continue to delay the processes unduly.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, colleagues of the NSF and MERSETA. Thank you very much. I'm going to run through the remaining cases. There were 8 people implicated in the forensic reports. With your indulgence, Chair, may I please go off camera? I know I'm experiencing some bandwidth problems. And I really appreciate if you could indulge my request, Chair. Thank you. Chairperson, with regards to the senior manager program implementation, on the 2nd of February 2022, the former senior manager was placed on precautionary suspension due to the allegations of misconduct emanating from an anonymous whistleblower complaint. On the 16th of August 2022, the day before the scheduled hearing, the senior manager submitted his resignation letter with immediate effect. Chairperson, we approached the High Court, wherein we received an award to preserve the senior manager's pension fund, and we have also instituted civil proceedings against him. MERSETA still awaits a court date, and as the chairperson has already stated, we have reported the matter to the Hawks. We received a case number, and we await further information on the progression of the matter. With regards to the client liaison officer in Mpumalanga, on the 2nd of September 2022, the employee was placed on precautionary suspension. The investigation was concluded on the 12th of December. The hearing was scheduled to take place on the 13th of March. However, prior to that date, on the 6th of March, the employee placed her immediate resignation, and based on legal advice that the MERSETA received, no further litigation was considered against this employee. Chairperson, with regards to the acting executive for strategy and research, who at the time of the transgression was the senior manager, the intent to suspend notification was issued on the 5th of April 2023, whereby the employee was provided an opportunity to state reasons why he should not be suspended. An examination of his response indicated there was no substantive reason to suspend him. The matter, however, remains still under review. Our legal firm that advised us on this matter on the 27th of June submitted a memorandum indicating that no further disciplinary action or precautionary action be taken against this employee. And subsequently, on the 30th of June, the employee had resigned. Chair, with regards to the legal and compliance manager, we received a legal opinion on the 20th of July. The opinion indicated there were no grounds to justify the allegation, and the employee does not appear to have acted negligently, and the matter was presented to both our Human Resources Committee and our Audit and Risk Committee, and the matter was then considered to be closed. With regards to the client relations manager in Mpumalanga, the notification to appear at a disciplinary hearing was issued on the 24th of June. Chair, there were several delays. The hearing was disrupted due to the unavailability of the employee for medical reasons. She had been confined for psychological treatment for quite an extensive period of time. However, the MERSETA received findings on the 25th of January 2024. A verdict of guilty was passed, and the sanction for dismissal was served on the 21st of February. And then lastly, Chair, the 8th person was the IT coordinator. This person was stated to be a material witness in the matter involving the CEO. It then necessitated that we delay placing charges against the IT coordinator. However, on the 12th of February, it was decided by the representatives of the MERSETA in the CEO's matter that he's now no longer required, and we have then received draft charges on the 23rd of February, We are in the process of interviewing witnesses, compiling the evidence and ensuring that we finalize the charge based on evidence rather than assumptions. Chair, this is a high-level summary on each of the 8 matters. The senior manager program implementation, the resignation was effective the 16th August, and we are pursuing criminal and civil proceedings against him. The CRM in Mpumalanga was dismissed on the 23rd of February. The acting senior manager, strategy and research, resigned on the 30th of June. The legal and compliance manager, there is no justifiable grounds to proceed. The client liaison officer in Mpumalanga resigned on the 6th of March. The IT coordinator, we are professing charges at the moment, and chairperson updated on some detail on the COO and the CEO matter. Chairperson, I'll now conclude on this COMEF finding. The AG tested conflicts of interest with current and former employees of the MERSETA. We found that they had found that they were indeed employees conducting business with the MERSETA. Probity checks were then instituted. 13 employees have been subjected to this probity. A final report was submitted to our Audit and Risk Committee. The matter is still before the committee for recommendation, and we have now commenced with probity on 5 other employees, both current and former. Thank you, Chairperson. Now invite the Audit and Risk Chairperson on her presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the DDG, colleagues from NSF, and the chairperson of the AA for the MERSETA, the deputy chairs, Ms. Dr. Alex Mashido, and all other colleagues. Just to give a brief background before I hand over to the acting CFO to go into the details of the audit findings. We are looking at 3 categories of findings. 1, annual financial statements. 2, performance information. 3, compliance with laws and regulations. On each of these 3 categories, there is detail that the ACFO will look into, but on a high level, let me just state that we've strengthened end-to-end processes of DG payments and reporting from claiming to payments to recording of accruals. We've improved internal controls for discretionary grants, contract management, and related commitments. On performance information, we've strengthened the quality control processes and documentation for capturing performance information. We've built validation controls into the current learner management system to provide targeted training to improve compliance with data capturing procedures. On compliance with laws and regulations, we've implemented training on irregular expenditure frameworks, improved management of irregular expenditure register, with strengthened management of contracts, both discretionary grants and operational. We've reviewed the terms of reference of the Loss Control Committee for more effective functioning. Before I hand over to the ACFO, I also just want to state that we've also reinforced the financial management component by encouraging management to bring in extra resources to assist. And the resources that have been brought in are people that are au fait with the CETAs, particularly on the discretionary grant side, and they're also au fait with how the AG operates. We've also extended the terms of reference for internal audit so that internal audit can play a more of a proactive role and also do further checks and balances so that by the time information is handed over to the AG, proper checks and balances have been made on every process so that all reconciliations are properly checked and reviewed outside of the financial management division, so as these processes can be strengthened and that we can further improve on our audit findings. Thank you, Chair. I'll then hand over to the ACFO.
Morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, DDG Mvalo, colleagues at DHET, colleagues at NSF and MERSETA, and to our Accounting Authority Chair and members, good morning to you all. I think the Chair of the ARC has given a very good overview of where we stand currently. So a lot of measures have been put in place from the time that we finalised the audit last year till now. So I think we are happy with the progress, and I think bringing in an additional resource, which is also going to just make double sure that our end-to-end processes are being complied with and everything is ticked off, is also going to give us a good deal of comfort, especially going into the preparation for the audit now and the finalisation of our financial statements, which needs to be done by the end of April. So we've summarized our findings basically into 9 areas, which I'll run through with you quickly. I know we don't have a lot of time yet. So the first area was the understatement of accruals, which led to an overstatement of commitments in the financial statements. So we've tried to close the gap between what the AG has identified and what we're doing, which we then have done, and put those into formal standard operating procedures, which have been implemented, but need to still be signed off. And we're hoping to have all the signed. There's a number of SOPs that have to be signed off by the end of March, which will then close that process. Although the areas that have been identified have already been implemented, and those corrective actions are taking place. We're also looking at our prior year accrual. We have to restate our prior year accruals. So we're looking at that critically. We have already done that, but that still needs to be finalized and checked off both by internal audit and by the additional accounting resource that we brought in. Then on expired contracts, we also need to look at those to make sure there's no expired contracts in our register. That is also something that is happening currently, and we are in the process of just either closing those out or writing addendums to those contracts. So that's the main item which led to the qualification last year, and those are the corrective actions and measures that we're taking. Then the next area is on AOPO. If I look at our AOP area, there's basically about 5 areas that we can be summarized in, so where there were challenges. There were prior year achievements reported in the current year, supporting evidence that did not support the reported achievement, inaccurately reported achievements, various capturing errors, learners reported in the incorrect indicator, and an error in the calculation of reported achievements. So again, it's the updating of our standard operating procedures, which we've done, and it's just the finalization, signing off of that. The capitation, training and education of staff. So training is happening and is being done with regional staff, but is also ongoing. Then we looked at the amendments to role profile and performance contracts. So that's in progress, and that it will take effect on the 1st of April. And then consequence management. We also have looked at consequence management, which is happening, but is also ongoing. Then document management. We looked at the limitation of scope due to documents that could not be found. And the remedial action for this was to create a SharePoint folder where documents relating to MOAs are saved, as well as training of staff. So this is 80% complete at the moment, and the training of staff has been happening and is ongoing. DG approvals by Manco, DG verifications are done after Manco and not before. So we've looked at this. We've implemented new processes. We now have subcommittees that look at evaluating submissions and also an adjudication committee. So that area has been completed. Then on irregular expenditure, there's really 3 areas around irregular expenditure that were problematic, which was the understatement of irregular expenditure, the prevention of irregular expenditure, and non-compliance with National Treasury Framework relating to disclosure items. So the big thing around this was just to create staff awareness and training around irregular expenditure, which was done, and then the strengthening of the workings of the Loss Control Committee, which is in progress. We're looking at just updating the standard operating procedures for that. We've updated our irregular expenditure registers. We also had one-on-one workshops with project owners to improve contract management processes. And then we've also done a gap analysis between current practice and the irregular expenditure framework. So that gap analysis was completed, and we're in the process of implementing those changes. Then last year, on the annual financial statements, we reported a 1.2 billion irregular expenditure relating to contracts that were signed outside the delegation of authority. We did a determination test. This was completed last year in September. Condemnation was submitted, a request for condemnation was submitted to National Treasury, which we're waiting for feedback still, but action was taken against responsible officials, as you've seen in the previous presentations. Then differences in the commitment register subschedules, those differences were corrected. Those subschedules are now balancing, so that has been completed. There were a number of items around contract management. So it was issues like the MOA is not recorded in the commitment in the correct year, addendums not corrected, contract signed subsequent to year end. So those controls have been strengthened. Processes have been put in place to make sure that we're managing those. So that has been completed. We've also done training on staff and having regular meetings, which has been actioned and is also ongoing. And the next item is our disclosure in the annual financial statements. We did correct this disclosure issue that were raised by the AG last year in the 23 annual financial statements. We'll also make sure that we just check when we prepare the 24 annual financial statements that we're cognizant of those challenges and make sure that those disclosures are correct. And the last item is just the difference between operational commitments and contract values. So there was just one difference that was picked up on one of the lease contracts between the value and that what was on the AFS and what was recorded in the contract register. So we've also tried to strengthen this area. There will be formal training in contract management scheduled in 2024. But we have had one-on-one workshops with project owners just to capacitate and give them information regarding contract management in terms of compliance with supply chain processes and management of their contracts. And then we're also looking at updating the contract management SOP, which has also been done. And again, it's part of the batch of SOPs that will be signed off by the end of March. And then the action on irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I think we have already mentioned these. So this is just a very short slide just to give a little bit of information on that again. So all senior manager that was implicated in the non-compliance financial expenditure are presently subject to disciplinary action. And MERSETA is also taking steps to strengthen its financial control systems. As I said earlier, the formal appeal for condemnation has been submitted to National Treasury. And to reclaim the lost funds, a legal application has been presented to the High Court aimed at resolving the administrative discrepancies. The court will assess whether these expenditures in question resulted in value add or not. And that concludes my presentation, Chair. We'll now move on to the declaration.
Acting CEO.
Disa, are you struggling? While we wait for Disa Chair, we have also prepared highlights of what we're doing. So it's not all doom and gloom. And I've requested the ACO to just mention a few. We won't be more than 5 minutes. ACO?
I'm here. Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. I think maybe just to highlight on the key projects that are aimed at, improving the performance of MERSETA. We have a project with EON, Reality on Knowledge Metaverse program, for 57,000 licenses on virtual reality and augmented reality for TVET colleges and skill development providers. And we also went into understanding the provincial government skills needs, where we then ended up partnering with them. We partnered with Free State for over 2,000 learners, and then there's also additional number which is based on student debt for completion bursaries. We have Gauteng supporting 11 technical high schools because these are pipeline to our artisan programs, and also 5,000 learners. With the Northern Cape, we have over 2,000 learners on various programs, skills programs, learnerships, and bursaries, and also supporting their technical high schools. With KwaZulu-Natal, we have over 30,000 skills programs that are run for the whole province by different government departments in the province, including also a number of student debt assistance. And with Limpopo, we are Limpopo, we are also supporting the 950 learners on skills programs and artisan programs and learnerships. And the Eastern Cape, we have over 2,400 learners, which also has an element of student debt. And the Northwest, we are supporting 44 learners on candidacy. So these are your engineering graduates that need to be put on candidacy program. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. That will be it from us.
Thank you, Ms. Moloto, and thank you to the team. Thank you, Didi Jimvalo. Is there anything you'd like to say before I hand over to members?
Honorable Chair, at this point in time, there is nothing except to thank the chairperson together with the team of MERSETA, the Accounting Authority, board members present, as well as the officials and the National Skills Fund. I should think we have heard it quite very well, the progress, especially with regard to the audit findings and the plans that are in place and how far are they. As you know that we are heading for the end of the financial year, 31st March 2024. So it means then, therefore, most of the work should have been done now so that we close the financial year in good books in preparation for the Auditor General auditing process, which has commenced in any way in some other areas. Thanks very much, Honorable Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mvalo, and to all our colleagues. Okay, I would like to note members who would like to make comments, ask questions, make any recommendations. I'm noting Honorable Chirwa, Honorable Sibia, Honorable Litsie, Honorable Pele, Honorable Mananiso. Okay, are those the only members who would like to engage on the presentation?
Okay, Bafusa is there as well, Chair.
I just noted him, Honorable Yabo. All right, I think those are the only hands I'm seeing. All right, Honorable Chiro, you may go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and greetings to the Portfolio Committee members and everybody who's present in the meeting. My questions to MERSETA, because I'm worried about the unethical behavior and the processes that you've gone through. And I think the question to probe here is how will it be avoided in future? You state certain things that will be done, right? But that is on the part that is not conclusive of how this will be preventative. So we'd really like to hear about how this will be prevented from a worker wellness perspective to an institution wellness and transparency system perspective. And second to that, really, we'd really like to compliment on the issue of opening criminal cases, because that's the standard we have been calling for, across the board. That when there's corruption, when there's crime, these are criminal cases that should be dealt with through the hand of the law. So it's great to see this happening finally, without having been told to do so. Maybe over the years it has happened in the Portfolio Committee, but it's a first encounter on our part to see criminal cases being opened without having being probed over and over again to deal with crime through the criminal system or the criminal justice system. And to NSF, please provide reasons why you couldn't give evidence to AXA for the skills development funding that was used. And secondly, on the TVET infrastructure, can you please appraise on what were the differences of amounts that you provided that didn't match the annual financial statements? And also just let us know why this was the case. And lastly, the last speaker addressed the issue of support that was given to students and youth in different provinces. Please kindly highlight what kind of support this is. Is it moral support? Is it financial support? And if so, to what extent? Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chiro. Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. Thanks for the presentations. Ku-NSF Chair, under trade receivables, it has been said that the workbook was submitted to internal audit for review, but I didn't hear about the current status as we are talking now. If we can elaborate more on that. Consequence management. The internal staff, audit staff, it has been said is busy with the determination test for the prior year's irregular expenditure. And the completion date was the end of February 2024. What is the current status now? Can you elaborate more on that? And we senior management post, it has been said the shortlisting stage was on hold. What was the reason for that? That director program monitoring. And MERSETA, resignation of employees. An independent legal opinion said on the 27th that there is nothing can be done by the MERSETA. So it means that the employee was not found guilty. And on the 30th, the employee resigned. Kukhona oku-wrong ngale legal opinion yenu. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sibia. Honorable Litsie.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to all honorable members on the platform. Good morning to the acting DG, the DDG of Skills, DDG Mvalo. Good morning to all members who or employees of the Department of Higher Education who are on the platform. Good morning to the ministry and the ministers and deputy ministers office representatives. Good morning to NSF leadership led by the acting CEO, Dr. Mabusela. Good morning to MERSETA leadership led by the chair of the board and the acting CEO. And everybody else on the platform, including our support team from Parliament. Chair, maybe let me start by again noting that these days, man, we have a welcomed tone on a lighter note from my friend and colleague, Honorable Chira. She's very calm these days. She speaks so well. I think I like her more when she speaks like this.
Chairperson Muloto. Colleagues, let's behave like we're in a committee meeting, kindly.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, my plan, honestly, today was not to speak on MERSETA. I think when we met them in November last year, I spoke too much. So my plan today was not to speak on their presentation. But I am going to speak because there are certain things that no matter how hard you try, Chairperson, you just can't blindfold yourself not to see them. I think maybe let's start by welcoming their report and the progress that they've made since they met us on the 1st of November last year. Their slide 5 presents us, or it provides us with an update on forensic investigations. And findings are expected to be issued by the DC on or before the 21st of March 2024. When finalized, those things by 21 March, can we kindly ask them to share the report with the committee, latest maybe by the 28th of March, 7 days after they've had it. We are kindly asking them to share with us that forensic investigation report. If they can tell us what costs were incurred for litigation and was it budgeted for based on that forensic investigation. And if they can tell us, well, I did not hear them clearly there, Chair, but if they can expand a little bit on why was the disciplinary actions placed on hold for the forensic investigation of the ICT coordinator. They can just clarify that part for us. And what are their timeframes to conclude the implementation of the Audit Action Plan? And also, when completed, we'll also like them to kindly provide the committee with an update of that in writing. They are on their presentations. There are a number of people who have been fired, found guilty by their DC who resigned, some a day before the DC commenced, and all of that. The question, or maybe the recommendation to them, if they've not done it already, would like to recommend to them that they must put together a report with the names of all those people, all of them, with those who ran away from attending the DC. So the report should have the name of the person, the position the person held in the SETA, the allegations or the charge sheet that was facing that person, and the decision of the DC. There they can just say decision of DC / resignation, whatever the case may be with the dates. That report, send it to DHET, specifically to the DDG of skills, so that they have it. Why am I recommending this, Chair? I'm honestly tired of people doing criminal behavior in one SETA, and you see them vumbuking in another SETA. I don't know, my English has run out. I don't know what is the vumbuking, but they appearing on another SETA. Some of them given higher position. So a person is a COO at MERSETA, is charged of misconduct, corruption, maladministration, and all of those things. They resign a day before the thing commences, the DC commences, and they apply for a CEO position at construction seat, and they're actually shortlisted. Why? The department does not have this information. So this, I'm asking MERSETA to share this thing as a recommendation, but I'm also asking Tatemvalo, the DDG of skills, to do a house call on all the SETAs, that they must send you this report. Every little person, every single one of them who would have left the SETA under any, they must tell you, in the last 5 years, these were the executives at this SETA or whatever, the employees at this SETA who have left, and want to know what were the reasons. Were they under any investigation? So that the department, when dealing with the appointment of these people at a different SETA, they can easily go to this central file and put an ID of this person or the name of this person, so that we deal once and for all with these corrupt individuals who are SETA hopping on positions from one SETA to the next. So that is the recommendation I'm making to the SETA. Like I said, you know, I've got a lot to say about MERSETA there. But today I choose peace. I choose my sanity, because every time, you know, I'm thinking about them, I have a headache. I must now live on medication. I'm still young, but so please. They are saying they've done an investigation, and the investigation says their board members, the allegations against their board members who were fingered to have, you know, what do you call that thing? Conflict of interest were cleared. Again, can they share that with the committee? As soon as they can share it today, I guess that one is readily available. Can they please share that we want to read that legal opinion, whatever report for ourselves. We want to satisfy ourselves that indeed due diligence was done there. We are saying this because it is very difficult, Chair, for a contractor or a company to investigate somebody who has given them a job.
Hey, Venta, can you mute yourself, please, Venta? And then can I please be given hosting rights? Sincerest apologies, Honorable Itzihe. Hey, Venta, please mute your device. All right, you may continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. So it's very difficult, Chair. So for an example, we ask or we are accused of being biased and all of that as this committee. And we appoint a forensic company or a law firm ourselves to investigate us. We are paying for it, for God's sake. Do you think 9 out of 10 times those people are going to be as objective as possible? I don't think so. I'm not casting aspersions on this report, but I'm saying we want to satisfy ourselves that this report or a legal advice that you got, that there was no undue influence of the current board members on this conflict of interest accusations is indeed correct. So they said this report is available. They've kept people, let them share it with us even today. They can even share it with us, the press of a button whilst the meeting is still on, so that we can satisfy ourselves, Chair, because of the reasons I've said. And then to National Skills Fund, you know, Chair, when we arrived in 2019, National Skills Fund was a mess. If you remember, we had consistent meetings with the National Skills Fund. I think in 2019 we had them once, 2020 twice, if I'm not mistaken. But we've had so many meetings with NSF at the beginning of our term when we're dealing with too many issues there, including the 5 billion scandal, 5 billion rand scandal. If you look at NSF today, I think it will be very unfair to say NSF does not come a long way. NSF, where it is, they've really, you know, and I think we must give credit where it's due. I think the acting CEO, I go by the scale, but I think we must give you credit for I think we must give you colleagues credit for bringing some sort of stability to that entity. Am I happy with the NSF in totality? No.
No.
The issue of Chair,
Sorry.
the issue of the Hollywood arrangement at NSF is something that must come to an end. I welcome that there are people at their posts that are now at appointment stage, interview stage, and shortlisting stage. We welcome that. But can we move? I mean, since 2019, I don't remember us having a discussion with NSF and not having a discussion with NSF about vacancy rate, the high vacancy rate at NSF. So we welcome the movement, but it's still not enough. Acting CEO, you know, sometimes I feel sorry for acting, Chair, because I know sometimes, you know, when you are an acting somebody, some even inside your institution don't even take you very serious. the thing that you must have, the control that you must have in your entity is not there because you are acting, you know. So I sometimes feel sorry for the acting CEO there, but can we try, acting CEO, to move with speed in finalizing the issue of the high vacancy rate at that institution? So I thought maybe I must start by complimenting them, Chair, for work done. They've done a good job, those gentlemen there in that entity. Like I said the other day, I'm still not happy with their internal processes of resolving the challenges, the social challenges we have as a country, in terms of addressing the issues of need, those who are not in education, employment or training, because I believe NSF should be playing a greater impact on that. We know that according to Stats SA, the unemployment rate in this country is very high, but Stats SA has assisted us. They are telling us, acting CEO, that the unemployed amongst the graduate is less than 10%. The amongst the university graduate, around 9.6, 9.7%. Unemployment amongst the TVET graduate is around 19 point something, also below 20%. Where we have a crisis is the unemployed with those with matric and below. And NSF, since you have this information, we could be targeting those ones there to put them in training, giving them some sort of skill. You know, you collaborate with the industry, you collaborate with TVET, and you say, I'm going to target 30,000 unemployed young people from rural provinces, for an example, in PE, to teach them mechanical. We put them into this system because there you've got Volkswagen, you've got Mercedes and all of that. You put them in that. You go to Northwest where they thrive in agriculture. You say, we're going to train young people in Northwest in agriculture. We team up with MERSETA, we team up with TVET colleges that side, and then we train this much. This is the stipend they will get. So that is what I'm unhappy about, because I believe this should be what you are doing on a daily basis. And you don't take 5 months to approve such a thing. You take a decision in October, this is what we are doing. In January, those kids have started, they are in training. They are no longer in a NEET thing, not in employment, education or training. So this is what upsets me at NSF is this thing, that you are not doing, you know, you are not utilizing the resources you have at NSF optimally to resolve the country's problem. And that is what I'm upset about with the NSF, but I think they come a long way. Just 2 questions to them. On slide 3 of their presentation, they've reported that the project management contracts posts were advertised in August 2023, and shortlisting is yet to start, meaning they are saying in progress. Why is the recruitment process taking this long? I mean, August, March, you know, it's 7 months. 7 months. We are 5 months before it becomes 1 year. So tell us why is this recruitment process taking so long? Honestly speaking, because if it takes so long, you are giving us an opportunity to speculate, and we might speculate that possibly the person you wanted did not apply, or they scored low, or you know, or they don't have what you wanted, or people who have applied is not the people you wanted. You are now stalling the process so that it runs its course, it expires, and then you advertise again. Don't give us that opportunity to speculate. Why is this thing taking so long? Honestly speaking, assist us there. On the same page, this is the last one, Chair. of their presentation. Capacitation of the quality assurance function is underway. They are saying it's in progress, and the appointment of a PM consultancy as well is in progress. Can they kindly elaborate on both? What does it mean? Again, does it mean that the companies that applied that they wanted are not qualifying, or they are finding issues there by BEC, and therefore they want to start the process afresh? Stop giving us a chance to speculate that you might be doing matters that are not that you are not allowed to do, of trying to put in your people. But if you take so long, you are leaving us with no choice but to think such things. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks for allowing me for taking so long. And I know it's because I'm very passionate about this issue of training our unemployed youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Litie. Honorable Pillay, followed by Honorable Yabo, and then lastly, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Pillay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and let me greet all honorable members on the platform and all other colleagues and entities. Chair, I want to first note and welcome the presentations. And some of my questions may have been asked, but nevertheless, the first one on the NSF, the first slide is where I'm concerned that there's only 22% that's completed in comparison to 78% in progress. And my question is, how long before this is completed? Or are you on track in terms of completing the 78%? Then on the slide on skills development funding under progress, and I think Honorable Litie has asked that, and my concern is also about the position that's advertised in August 2023. Shortlisting is yet to start 7 months later. And I'd like to know why. Why is that? Why has it taken that long for shortlisting and interviews? I'm concerned with the slide on recruitment status. And I'm going to ask this in respect of critical vacancies or funded vacancies. What is the reason for these delays? I also saw the position of Director of Program Monitoring is on hold. And I think Honorable Sabia has asked that question. Why is that on hold? And then on the MERSETA, what happens to an employee who resigns before an investigation or disciplinary is implemented or completed? What is the status? What happens? What is the way forward? In respect of the forensic investigation, are there any staff members who form part of that investigation that are still in the employment of the SETA? And if so, how does one manage the investigation with them still being in the employment of the SETA? Then again, the coordinator for ICT under the forensic investigation says that the disciplinary action is still on hold. What is the reasons for this? And what is the update or status? And then the last one on the Audit Action Plan. My concern, Chair, is that majority of the actions there is in progress with very little that is implemented or completed. What are the reasons for this? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pillay. Honorable Yabo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me greet yourself and the honorable members on the platform. Let me also greet the department, the management from the department. Let me greet the leadership of the National Skills Fund, the leadership of MERSETA, our support staff on the platform, and everyone I did not mention specifically by organization. Chair, let me start off with making these broad comments while starting off with MERSETA. MERSETA provides a case study, Chair, for all of us in the sector, the PSET sector, as well as in the country. And I think it's a case study about when an environment is created for delinquency, you will inadvertently see the emergence of delinquents. It is similar to the Murphy's Law, that if anything can go wrong, it will. At some point, it will go wrong. When you create an environment for delinquency, when you don't have proper checks and balances at every turn, you will have delinquents emerge in that environment. MERSETA looks like, the presentation from MERSETA looks like a country emerging from a period of war. That presentation reads like an organ recovering from a cesspool of delinquents. And the question I have is, what caused an environment that allowed for delinquents to thrive? And what are the mitigating steps that now the organization is taking? Yes, we see the responses in the presentation, but what are the mitigating steps that are now being taken to correct this environment? Because we don't believe that people just go out on their limb to be corrupt, unethical, conduct acts of fraud, and sometimes pure criminality, because they are taking chances. They know that the chances of being caught and accounting for their actions and paying the price are slim. And I want to sponsor Chair that in the same way that we have a register of delinquent directors on the part of corporate law, we might need now to propose that the Department of Public Service Administration, the UMAMKIVIT, must now have a register of delinquent public servants. Because this thing that the Honorable referred to earlier, of vumbooking, you know, you run away from one area of public service just before your matter is hit by structures that are meant to investigate and discipline you. You submit a resignation letter, you run away. And then a few months later, you vumbook, you resurface somewhere else. Better cost to company or better benefits, pay, better position. No, we must put a stop to this thing, Check. We must have a register of delinquent public servants, and there must be a provision in law that says anyone who submits a resignation prior to an investigative process must provide reasons in writing before that resignation is processed why they are intending to leave. And this is so that we prevent a situation where people are now no longer liable for their wrongdoing because they have now left the institution. Because it's a question of law now, in that when people resign, actions that were supposed to follow them out of their own delinquency, out of their own wrongdoing, now cease because they are no longer part of the employ of the organ of state or the department or whatever Chapter 9 institution, if we are to refer to those as well. But I'm just saying, Chair, that we need to have a mechanism that puts a register of delinquents in the public service. Perhaps that will assist us to become a deterrent. And MERSETA is one of the biggest SETAs, by the way. The ability of the SETA to churn out massive numbers has been noted over time. But when that is met with the type of reports we see, and that they are now trying to recover from some of the problems, as highlighted also by the Auditor General of South Africa, it becomes worrisome that the money that we give to them or that they collect from levy payers is put to good use or not to good use. When you have expenditure of 1.29 billion, irregular expenditure of 1.29 billion, Chair, it tells us that you don't have the correct checks and balances. Because when people know their roles, that I'm only authorized to sign up to here, I need to have concurrence with the next layer of authority. And people continuously do this thing incorrect. It tells us that the control mechanisms within MERSETA have failed. And we need to see that there is a process in place to put in better controls to avoid irregular expenditure moving forward. And I am not convinced with what has been presented that there is progress that is being made to instill proper controls. The control environment is compromised, highly compromised, and it must be looked into. On the question of NSF, Chair, now there is a slide that drew my interest there by NSF. That work is being done to get data from Home Affairs and to begin to check and analyze these people who might have received or approved for funding or skills development programs, these students, these learners. But there's something that caught my attention there. The process is underway to undertake analysis. And this is the note, the side note, Chair, that I'm reading. And I'm starting the side note on the side, in the middle. I've not even started it at the top. The process is underway to undertake analysis and will not resolve the PSET sector duplications, which will be undertaken through DHET. I'm worried about this note, Chair. And so you have an MOU that's been signed between DHET and Department of Home Affairs for exchange of data for verification purposes. But this process, according to this note, it will not resolve this perennial problem we are always complaining about of duplications of beneficiaries. Now, the question I have, Chair, is what will then resolve this problem? Because if an MOU between DHET and DHA will not solve the problem, then it means our problems are main. We are still going to see the re-emergence of duplications throughout. And we are still going to complain. Even those who will come in the 7th administration and form part of this portfolio committee, they are still going to complain about the same thing happening over and over again. There needs to be a response to this, Chair. That there needs to be a framework put in place that will stop the rot. Because it can only be that it's a rot, this thing, where service providers exchange databases. Nomgani ngiphethe 100 la yama beneficiary awuzame na ukuwafaka lapho. What is this thing? We must not be led to think that there is an exchange of some form of financial benefit here by these service providers. Otherwise, then the seekers themselves need to start to have a process, including the NSF, need to start to have a process where they apply for delinquent status for these directors of these service providers. Because the exchange of data for purposes of defrauding government must be seen in a serious light and must be addressed as such. You can't have an expenditure that is duplicated across 21 seekers. Even if it's less than 21, it's still a problem. And also in the NSF, we need to have that. And we must not forget that we come from a history where the NSF had a 5 billion rand scandal, massive. And part of the problem is always chair. So you have beneficiaries that are duplications across the sector. So we are saying that there needs to be a response to what is written here, that a solution must be found. You cannot have a program that is running to verify, and then after that, that's it. It's a verification for its own sake. It's not meant to stop the practice, and it's not even going to stop the practice. I think my colleagues might have covered me as it relates to these posts that are on hold, the shortlisting that's on hold, posts that are taking too long to finalize. I want to agree with Honorable Letsie that they must not give us an impression that something went wrong during the advertising application and a process. Now they want to give someone else an opportunity to come in. You know, similar thing that we saw there by NSFAS check, that a tender is advertised 3 times. It's advertised the first time, respondents respond, it's cancelled, re-advertised, cancelled. Can't you know? People, they are looking for specific service providers to their own liking. And so a process must be compromised, because until we get this thing, we must cancel, re-advertise, cancel, re-advertise. And some of the methods used that we are privy to is that they wait for a process to expire by law within the framework of the law. When it has expired, they say, no, we took too long, it has expired. This is very rampant in government. It's not just here in the NSF that we are looking at it. And we are saying, don't make us think too much, like Honorable Letsie would have said. It's very rampant in government that processes are advertised or started or commenced, and then they wait for it to prescribe. And then they redo the process. Not because there was an error in the process to begin with, ab initio, but because whatever the object of the process was does not seem to be coming to fruition. It's wasteful expenditure, in my view, because it takes money to start and commence a process. And we must call it out for what it is. So we must be explained why we have these things that are taking too long, so long, that they are not coming to a resolve within the prescribed period. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Honorable Yabo. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. And let me start by greeting everyone on the platform. Chair, one would start by saying that I was covered by other issues from other members in terms of acknowledging the reports on the work done, more especially on issues of law enforcement and dealing with correcting unethical conduct in the CS. Chair, I want to ask Babu Mvalo this question, that every time when we speak about SETAs, there's allegations about unqualified people or people who don't have the requirements. When they answer to all our comments and questions, can they speak as NSF and as well MERSETA on those issues, so that at least we clear this mist that in these boards you would have comrades who cannot perform or not fit for purpose with regards to the work. So I want them to answer me that one. And Chairperson, my other question is with regards to the champions who are appointed in terms of dealing with most of the audit action plans. I want to check if these champions are part of the organogram of NSF, and as well, if they do have terms of reference. If they do have, can they submit in writing to us with regards to this question? And the other issue is, what is their level of position, these particular champions? Because one has experienced that sometimes when people would want to respond to implementation of policy, they would appoint a person as a focal person. to actually execute the task. However, that particular person would have maybe minimum authority in terms of dealing with other issues. So I want to check these people in terms of which level are they. But Chair, on the other issue that deals with positions, I'm partly covered by Honorable Litsi, Honorable Bafuze, and as well Honorable Pillay. But I want to say to NSF, on page 7, there's a pie graph that they did with regards to the vacancies. And can they submit the program of action that actually speaks or supports that particular graph, so that we can see that they've got intentions in terms of how are they going to ensure that they achieve the ultimate goal of having people being hired for this particular post, and everything that they could have indicated as per their percentage. Can they submit that particular program of action if they have? Because one believes that, Chairperson, when you have an objective, obviously there should be a plan prior to that in terms of the execution of that particular objective or the achievement. Chair, now let me go to the MERSETA. I think I was partially covered by the sentiments of Honorable Shiva to say that we need to comment the work that is being done with regards to forensic investigations, because at times it takes time for the department to actually respond to these issues, and they would just treat corruption or unethical conduct as, by the way, in their entities. So I want them to actually give us as well the program of action in terms of this disciplinary hearing on slide 2. Because one have noted that these disciplinary hearings, they actually take time, as Honorable Pillay could have said. And it's as if there's no agility in terms of responding to this corruption issue. So let them submit a program of action that has timeframes in terms of what will be happening where, including the detailed data, as Honorable Litsi that have said, that let them actually submit a data that has a specific name in terms of who's conducted what and the status of that particular report in terms of the offender and law enforcement processes. And as well, one would want to say, let them include their program of action as the department with regards to that. Babu Mvalo said that there's a meeting that is conducted in terms of taking trace on the audit action plans. So I want to know, Chair, if Babu Mvalo can submit to us in writing as well on how this sessions sits. And again, what are the terms of reference of this particular monitoring and evaluation sessions? Because sometimes you know other people can just meet and then deliberate on who gives who what, as other comrades have alluded. But can they submit so that we check their terms of references as a team that is now dealing with M&E? And I want to check as well in terms of the levels that sits on that particular monitoring and evaluation quarterly meetings. Because I think some of the things that we are doing, more especially when we deal with issues of supply chain management or HR, we tend to leave those ones who are at the lower levels, and at the ultimate end, we know how they are being used to actually do corruption or do fraud. So I want to check who were in this particular M&E sessions. I think on the issue of their audit action plan internally, one is very happy because at times your risk and audit action, actually audit and risk department, they don't do much in other entities that we have met. But with this one, at least they have noted that it's something that they have given it focus and they are dealing with it. So I really acknowledge their work in terms of that particular space. They have alluded on provincial skills, needs, and support. I think as well on this one, as Honorable Chiwa could have said, let us get sense, what is it that they are supporting these high schools with? And can they give us a specific data that is detailed in terms of which areas specifically, like for instance, in Gauteng, if they are working with the province, what is it that they are doing in that particular space? And I was very pleased about their declaration. I thought that they were going to include that if there's non-performance, there would be non-performance bonuses, because one can tell all of these people who've been offenders in terms of the law, they've been getting their bonuses while they've been doing, being non-compliant in terms of the laws and regulations. So I want to employ to people of MERSETA that in your declaration, that is nice, include that if a person doesn't perform, the person won't be paid a performance bonus. And that's it from my side, Chairperson, and thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso, and thank you to all members of the committee for your comments, questions, and recommendations. I do hope that colleagues from the NSF and MERSETA have, heard what members have had to say, and we're going to hand over to DG Mbalo to lead in the responses from the different colleagues. But perhaps from my side, what I would like to highlight, because I've been greatly covered by members, the first thing I had wanted to raise, which Honorable Litia did cover, relates to the fact that the appointment of project management of various project management posts, I think started in August 23, which is last year, August, and we are in March at this point in time. So this is in relation to NSF. I've tried to look at the other slides where colleagues have sort of tried to break down the different vacancies overall, and which ones are an interview process, which ones are being shortlisted, which ones are being verified, and so forth. Perhaps what could assist us is dates, because I think what colleagues need to appreciate is that we want to be brought into confidence that, we are trying our best to capacitate the entity in terms of human resource, and we need dates. We need to be assured through, a dated time frame. So by March, by April, by June, we should have, so by April, we think we'll be done with interviews. By May, we think we'll be done with the shortlisting. If colleagues could help us with that, just to bring more confidence. You speak about capacitating the quality assurance function. Can you elaborate just a bit on how exactly you're doing that? And then I want to say overall that, and that's when my mic was still open, and I think colleagues could hear me commenting in the background, and I apologize for that. But I do want to acknowledge the fact that there has been great progress made in the case of the NSF, right? We note the efforts that are being made. Are we now going to become lenient? No. There's still a lot of work that we need to do, but we can't not say that there isn't any effort to try and turn the tide at the National Skills Fund. Do we want to see greater impact? Absolutely. Young people want opportunities. Young people want to upskill themselves. There are young people who are in our communities who are not in employment, education, or training. The NSF must, together with various SETAs, must play a very critical role in providing support in that regard. And we know, during our oversight, we encounter other stakeholders within the post-school education and training sector. And they express, how they're partnering with the NSF, how they're partnering with the MERSETA, and we welcome that coordination within the sector, and we believe that much more can be done. And so, noting the progress that has been made, we are not going to become lenient because we want the NSF to have greater impact in our communities. And it can only do so if it is supported, if it's guided in the manner in which we are. Sometimes, our parents are very harsh on us as kids, the better kids in the family. Not the better kids, but how, love us stowed. And you wonder, but Ukoko, why is Ukoko always stowed on, always shouting at us as stowed, but more lenient on those that are a bit more problematic. And that's because Koko will always want, you not to drop the ball. So we're not gonna only acknowledge the good that you're doing as the NSF. We have to also highlight areas where we are concerned so that you do not drop the ball. I want to also welcome the MOU with the Department of Home Affairs and perhaps I think it was Honorable Yabo. Yes, I think it was Honorable Yabo. He already mentioned some of his concerns coming out of that. But I think for me, I'd like to get an understanding on how that cooperation has been after the MOU, right, with the DHA. Is the transferring of data a seamless enough process so that it does yield the impact that we are hoping it would yield on our side? And then you can link it to what Honorable Yabo asked earlier on as well. I also want to understand going to now MERSETA, echoing all the sentiments of members and chairperson of MERSETA, how you conduct yourself, sets a tone for how everybody else in the entity will conduct themselves. And I think I must, be clear to say that when Honorable Yabo was speaking and there was banter, coming from him, which there will be in various sittings of Parliament, be it in a committee meeting, be it in plenary, there would always be banter between members. We don't expect that, well, firstly, if you were in the chambers, you would not be afforded the opportunity of, I don't know, responding to that banter between members. And so the same applies when we're in a committee meeting. I don't know, maybe your mic opened itself by mistake, but really that is not behavior that we accept in the committee. And so I want to then echo the sentiments of colleagues in relation to their concerns around MERSETA, and then raise as a matter of concern. I guess there's not much that can be done about it, but the postponement of the hearing of the suspended CEO really for me is of great concern, because the longer we take to stabilize this entity, the longer we have instability that affects the performance of the entity, therefore affecting the impact that the entity will have in our communities. And for me, that is of great concern. And so we're hoping that really when the hearing does take place of the suspended CEO, well, the deferred dates, that the hearing will sit as per what has been articulated to be the deferred date, which is in April. So we're really hoping that that hearing will then take place. The issues around consequence management, I think, Honorable Yabo and Honorable Litsie spoke to it. I think even Honorable Mananiso. So and we used to raise this issue a lot at some point when we saw the recycling and reusing, repurposing of problematic individuals in the sector. We move them from one place to the other. I don't know why we think that that won't yield problems, everywhere they go. So for me, that is of great concern, and the fact that people leave our entities without us being able to implement thorough consequence management. It's just the people don't take accountability for their actions, so they can just move from one space to the other, creating mayhem and destabilizing our sector. And then I also want to emphasize the requests from members. There were timeframes that were requested from Honorable Mananiso and Pillay regarding the audit action plans, particularly those that a lot of them are saying in progress. So I think that was in relation to NSF. Can't recall if it was in terms of both entities. And then there was also a request from Honorable Litsie for a spreadsheet of people who did not appear before the disciplinary committee. And this is in the case of MERSETA, and what then becomes our way forward in that regard. So those are parts of some of the issues I've noted that will have to be responded to in writing within the next 7 working days. And colleagues, we do not take kindly to people not submitting their responses on time. Yeah, with 7 working days, I mean, we know that colleagues would not be able to provide that data now in the sitting, but we do expect that colleagues will submit that data in writing within the next 7 working days. With that being said, I'd like to hand over to Mr. Mbalo, who will then lead the 2 entities or the 2 teams into their responses. It's 11:37. I believe we should be able to conclude latest at 12:30. Over to you, Mr. Mbalo.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, esteemed colleagues who are present from the department, the ministry, MERSETA, NSF. Well, I should think, Chair, members have said loud and clear what needs to be done. I should think that's the wisdom that we must always appreciate when we appear before the Portfolio Committee. The Portfolio Committee is not only raising issues with no propositions as to how we should be handling these matters. It's like both Honorable Yabo and Honorable Letsi with regard to those employees who have committed this transgression in this organization, and then they move to another organization. And we must concede it's happening in the public service, in the public sector. And really, it's something that we need to stop if we are going to improve the operations and the work of our entities as well as the work of the state. Whether it's through the Public Service Commission to come to the rescue responsible for the public service as to how do we deal with this challenge. Well, I know it might be difficult from SETA A to know that Mvalo now is with SETA B because there is no central repository whereby if we are doing verification, background check, I know what we write in our CVs. Sometimes people, they write their CVs conveniently to exclude the information that we need. Well, I know in our department, also if we look into the form that we complete in government, is always having that section which is asking an applicant or the person, the candidate, as to whether were you involved, let's say in the past, in any criminal conduct, or you were found guilty of any conduct, and so on. And it goes further than to say, when we piece with the interviews ourselves, we should probe deep at these candidates appearing before us as officials. So we need to do work at our level, whether it's a department, when we're employing people in the department, in terms of the background check. Are we so rigorous to be able really to detect some of these unbecoming conducts or activities that are there, and we know honorable members are correct. And the measure that is being proposed to say, let's think around a data base, whereby we can all check, this candidate. Let's have a system, and it's something, honorable members, I'm going to take to the department as well. I will discuss with the corporate services and see as well as to the Department of Public Service and Administration. Is there no way that we can be assisted with regard to this? It's like the challenge we are getting, whereby we are having people who are related with us, who are benefiting from the state. It has been an issue for some years. Difficult to know this person is working for that department, is applying to do something or is related with someone else regarding this particular transaction. So this is the work I think is very important, and I fully agree with the honorable members. Let's come up with something. It might be not a regulation or an act, because those processes can be longer, but is there something that you can come up with urgently to address this? By so doing, we're protecting these public institutions, as it were. So it's something that we are going to follow up, and I concede to honorable members. I know Honorable Shira was asking also a very important question earlier on to the MERSETA, to say, how then? That's fine. We know you're working on this. You have done your forensic investigation, and you have found A, B, C, D, those officials or accounting authority members. How do we prevent? Because we would wish to prevent these occurrences not to take place. And I know it's a difficult one. People will be arrested, but then people will still be committing crime. But then the message that must be sent, as always, is that if someone has been found involved with a maladministration in our entities, it's like in this instance, Honorable Yabo was making reference to 1.2 billion, whereby an official, and knowingly is not an official who does not know. The official knows that he does not have delegated powers, but then the official approves these huge transactions, but the official knows. How do we stop this happening? And obviously, is for us, when we identify, we detect this, our actions must be so proportional, so that someone else there can know that implications are going to be quite very harsh. And I should think also raising awareness. The chairperson of the MERSETA, when was making a presentation, was speaking about whistleblowers. We must raise an awareness within our organizations about all these behaviors, unethical behavior, because it's like you're taking money from the poor. 47 million wasteful expenditure, fruitless, wasteful and fruitless, 1.2 irregular. It's signed by someone in a position who should be knowing that he or she should have not signed that, because it's going to attract irregular expenditure. But then, obviously, when we identify, we detect, then we just have to act so that someone else there can see that something is being done with regard to anyone who's being found to be non-compliance with our prescripts. Honorable Manaliso is also raising an important point here, because if our accounting authority boards, they are not qualified, because it's required for the AA on a quarterly basis, for example, to monitor, to meet. Part of the work that is being done is to monitor the performance of the organization. So quite very critical. And it's an issue that also at the departmental level will raise time and again with our entities. We do as well when we meet as the department, as the EXCO, we look into the performance of the organization. Those areas that we are not performing, what is that we are doing if we are not performing? The issue of the SETA boards, well, I would say, Honorable Manani, so yes, there will be comrades, because if you look into the social partner system, let's say MERSETA, MERSETA is going to have affiliates of COSATU and other federations. NUMSA will be there, for example. And obviously, we are going to get comrades from NUMSA or any other affiliation of COSATU or NACTU or SAFTU and so on. So there will be comrades will be there. But important, because the Act is quite very clear when we are doing this process. Obviously, the minister is almost at the end of the value chain, because the Act only requires the minister to say 3 months before the expiry of the term of the accounting authority or of the board. Like as in this instance, we know that the boards are expiring 31st March 2025. So it means then, therefore, a minister towards the end of this year must make that call to all CEOs. To all CEOs, not to a chairperson. He's not going to communicate with the chairperson, let's say, of MERSETA. Minister is going to communicate with the CEO of MERSETA, inviting nominations to be processed for the board of MERSETA. What the Act then says, the Act is saying, those accounting authority members, they must represent the interest identified in the National Skills Development Strategy. That is what the Act is saying. And obviously, you will take into account issues like gender representation, demographic representation, representation of the disadvantaged, a blended knowledge of skills, of knowledge and skills, experience drawn from the ranks of the senior officials, whoever, whether within MERSETA, one company sending someone, that person also must be a person from the high levels of that organization, not someone, because this is serious. You're dealing with the skills development. It's something that is very serious. So that is what the Act is saying. But the minister is at the end of this process. He would have received all the submissions made by the CEO. I know the minister was raising a very valid point to say, but this thing of the Skills Development Act, the CEO is the one responsible, as it were, in terms of the Act, inviting nominations from the sectors, and those are the same people who are going to employ the CEO. Because once the board, we finish with the board, let's say we finish the board, they start 1st April 2025. The Act is giving the board 6 months to finalize the process of appointing the CEO. And the minister has been raising this issue, say, we'll need to look into the Act itself, because it means the CEO is inviting nominations of people who are going to be employers of the CEO within 6 months, but then we're looking into that in terms of the skills development, but then it's legal, it's there, it's provided for in terms of the Act. This issue, honorable members, of duplication, and I must say, is an issue that we as the department were very much concerned. I will tell you this, the MICT SETA, which is the SETA within the ICT sector. They have started the process of developing what they refer to as a learner management system. So they've been working on this system, and then they've been testing with themselves. So they were saying to us, if that system can be deployed across, it is going to assist us in terms of these challenges of duplication and so on. And obviously, colleagues were correct. I should think that was Ms. Era from NSF. Because now you need to involve other parties, not only the department, because you are going to be getting into other areas where you do not have a mandate. I know the MICT Center was saying those are the things at the departmental level we need to assist. So there is that project that is also underway at MICT Center. And then as the department, obviously, because we've done a gap analysis in terms of our ICT, because we wanted everything to be integrated. We don't want MICT Center to have it out there. So it must be integrated within our own systems of the department. And it must assist us in driving our own vision of coordinated, integrated post-school system. So it's going to be very important for us. But then we need to subject it into our own. There is that work. And then we realized that I know colleagues at MICT Center, they always say, no, from our side, we are ready to deploy this system. But then obviously there's some work that will need to be done, including in the department itself. What I will do, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, I'll come later if is there anything. I will invite, I should think let's start with MERSETA, so that the chairperson, together with the board members that are present, as well as officials from MERSETA, provide some responses. And the portfolio committee has already made an indication to say some of the issues we must respond in writing. And the portfolio committee obviously normally gives us 7 days to say within 7 days. And that will be expectation from both NSF as well as MERSETA, that those other areas that we could not respond because we do not have information, and then we're going to respond in writing within the stipulated time of the portfolio committee. Once again, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. I will invite the Chair of MERSETA together with the team at MERSETA to provide some answers in some of the areas.
Thanks, DDG. Honorable Chair and members, I wish to sincerely apologize for the carelessness. I wasn't aware that my mic is on. I would not do that knowingly. I sincerely apologize. I'm going to start with the comments on areas that touch closely on the AA, and then my management colleagues will come in. We've agreed on the order of commenting. I want to start with the issue of delinquent staff. I support that very much. I think it's overdue. But there was a question also about, we do seem to be coming out of a war situation. And that is spot on. And because this affected the forensic investigations, affected also the audit, culminating in the qualification. It was unexpected because there had not been before investigations to this extent. And that resulted in the gap, you know, in the highest echelons of the entity. So we've taken several steps, as I reported before, but what I didn't say in my presentation and want to add quickly is that as the AA, we saw it fit to actually address stuff about these forensic investigations and the qualification and try and map for them the unfortunate consequences thereof, and basically plead with everybody to not be tempted for the sake of everyone else. And I really hope to God we're not going to have something else. But I was looking at our report, and essentially the last major whistleblowing was in September 2022. And then we had the AG test that unearthed 18 staff members, if I'm correct, 13 of which have now been reviewed. So since then, which was around July, I'm not aware of any major whistleblowing suggesting corruption. And I want to hope that we have gone through the gauntlet and we are coming up and hopefully stronger. We also have spoken and authorized lifestyle audits. I checked with the ACT chair and the CEO. That is going to start in the next financial year, starting April. And I also wanted to just state that while there is no guideline or legislation, when it comes to senior appointments in the organization, we really do try to do thorough background checks. We do Google searches, and in the interviews, we put the questions to individuals about how they left the former organization, and we make them sign a declaration that they are not aware of pending disciplinaries against them, where they come from, and they left on the basis that they have shared with us, which is recorded. It just allows us, when something does come up, to then make it easy for us to get rid of the individual if they were not, if they escaped that level of screening. In terms of the AA member, I've checked quickly because the report clearing him is part of the other reports concerning the former AA members and other stuff. His portion of the report will be extracted and shared with the committee. I don't think we need more than 2 working days to do that. And so that report can reach the committee by next Tuesday. And I do want to repeat the fact that this was an allegation that there's an entity owned by someone with a similar surname with him, and the COO at the time, who's under suspension, had said to staff they must prioritize this entity because it's owned by him. However, that batch of applications was not approved. So there was no money that went to that company, and the probity check revealed that there is no association between him and the person that shares the surname with him. And so, and also the probity check confirmed that there is no money that has ever been paid to him and or his entities. So I think that those are the only areas that I thought I must react to, and my colleagues will come one after the other in the agreed order.
Good day, Chairperson, honorable members.
Chair?
Yes, Chair, can you hear me? Chair?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair asked about unethical behavior and how it can be avoided in future. Chairperson, I'd like to point out that we do have clear policies, clear guidelines around ethical expectation. For example, we have a conflict of interest policy. We have an ethics and code of conduct policy. In our procurement and contracting policies, there's clear criteria for suppliers to comply, as well as protocols for officials. We have a whistleblowing policy, which stipulates that matters will be confidential. And in our recruitment and selection policy, we talk about nepotism, and we have a policy on gifts and hospitality and in entertainment. We have a security and information policy, particularly dealing with data awareness. And Chair, we even go on in our performance appraisals to look at compliance with ethical behavior. And I wouldn't want to forget, as well as the disciplinary code and the disciplinary procedures. And all of these create the robust environment that would help us to institute ethical behavior again in the organization. What we're doing is just not enough to have the policies, Chair. There's regular training. We've begun this training since these matters surfaced. We've had more than one session with our staff. There has been in-person sessions as well as online sessions. We encourage reporting. We have what we call regional road shows with our staff. We have the entire offices there. The leadership come from the head office, and we talk about policies. We talk about reinforcing ethics. And Chairperson already spoke about how we screen the people that we are to hire, ensuring that they are fit to do the job. We do assess the risk from that area. And I want to emphasize that despite some of the developments in the organization since November of 2021, we still, with the acting positions, with the current board, do model and have exemplars of ethical behavior who set the tone at the MERSETA going forward in terms of how we can improve this in the organization. Honorable Sibia asked about the legal opinions, and what is the legal opinion indicates that nothing can be done. Chairperson, the legal opinion is a review. It takes into consideration all the relevant facts and all the circumstances. And the conclusion would be, after having this thorough review, is has there been any violation of a law or a policy or an ethical standard? Was the conduct of the employee within reasonable action that is expected from such an employee in terms of their role and responsibilities? And we've had occasion where three persons of the 8 were cleared through these legal opinions. These are counsels that we've hired a chairperson so that it was independent of the organization. It wasn't left solely to the determination of management to look at the legal basis or the soundness of the representation of these implicated employees. We did place reliance on that. We do communicate the outcomes to our committees of the board. They also interact with that. We don't encourage any wrongdoing. But if there's legal justification not to take disciplinary action, it's not worth pursuing any legal grounds against a person, either civil or criminally. There's a saying, Chair, that you're spending good money in to chase a bad outcome, and that would not be in the interest of the organization to do that. But you'll also note from our report that where there was justifiable grounds, we have gone to the court. For example, the preservation order on the pension of one of the employees of the MERSETA. Chairperson, Honorable Letsia also asked about the ICT coordinator, and I believe Mr. Pillay did the same. Chairperson, firstly, the allegation made against the ICT coordinator was considered to be serious. It's a serious allegation, and therefore the employee was placed on a precautionary suspension following the outcome of that investigation. The ICT coordinator is a critical position, and the person had to be suspended because of the risk this person would pose having access to systems. We had legal counsel involved in this matter, and they looked at the case from because the ICT coordinator in the case of the CEO had common findings. The actions of the ICT coordinator were prompted by the CEO, and the legal opinion said that there were advantages to keeping the ICT coordinator as a material witness in the CEO's case. His testimony would have higher credibility if the ICT coordinator was not facing accusations or charges himself whilst being a witness. And therefore, there could be no claims of bias or self-interest in the statements he made. Keeping him as a neutral party would then place reliability on his evidence, and there would be no motivation for the ICT coordinator to alter his testimony in order to benefit himself, knowing that there were charges that were being professed against him. So in determining the CEO's guilt or innocence, we were advised by our legal representatives that the integrity of the CEO's case did depend on the ICT coordinator's testimony. But we reached a point in February, Chairperson, where now that the matter with the former CEO had progressed, we now believe that there is strength in bringing charges against the ICT coordinator at this point. And those we have already received on the 23rd of February draft charges. What's happening is the witnesses are being consulted and the evidence is being gathered in order to finalize those charges so that they're based on factual information. So, Chair, whilst there has been a pause on the charges, it was for justifiable reasons and to strengthen the case that we were taking against the CEO. Chair, Honorable Letsia had also suggested that we put a report together with names and send that to DDG Mvalo. We indeed would do that, and I think the DDG addressed the merits of having such a database on hand so that the DHET could coordinate with the other CETAs. So I'm not going to dwell on that. Chair, the question asked by Honorable Pillay was what happens when a person resigns before a disciplinary inquiry. Now, Chair, the employee does not need the consent of the employer to resign. It is common law that an employee can terminate their employment by giving the proper notice as per their contract. Chair, there's nothing, to the best of my knowledge, in the Labor Relations Act that prohibits or allows an employer to reject a resignation. We, of course, ensuring that the employer still has some jurisdiction on the matter, we may still continue to investigate it, and based on the outcomes of that, where there is serious corruption, where there is a need to pursue criminal charges, regardless of the resignation, we are obliged to take that course of action. So any outstanding monetary claims or any losses that resulted from the misconduct can still be recoverable after the resignation. And where the evidence already existed that indicates that there was substantial wrongdoing, we have already undertaken a preservation order against the pension scheme of the member who resigned. Chairperson, then Honorable Yabo asked about mitigation. How do we correct the environment? What's happening with the controls? Because the controls have failed. We of course recognize that fraud and corruption is serious. Chair, we have in every instance conducted a thorough investigation into this alleged misconduct to understand what had occurred and who was responsible. And those reports and the outcomes of those investigations have been shared with the Auditor General, with the Audit and Risk Committee, with our Human Resources Committee, and ultimately with the Accounting Authority. They review that, and where necessary, Chair, we've updated our policies and procedures. A number of these policies have gone through the AA or to our Management Committee so that we tighten up these controls, and both from a financial and from a human resources perspective. We continue, Chair, I've already spoken to that, to provide ethics training, and where we set up expectations for people's behavior in the organization. We have a SharePoint where policies are shared, but we also socialize staff on that so that we encourage open communication, and we create safe channels for people to report their concerns. We always emphasize that whistleblowers will be protected. And where disciplinary action needed to be taken, Chair, this is happening. Any misconduct in terms of the company policy or any non-adherence to that, we have taken consequences against those individuals. There are 8 people in this report, but other matters where people have made fraudulent claims or misrepresented their delegation of authority or their responsibility. All of those have resulted in disciplinary matters, and we have a dedicated employee-employer relations manager that handles all these matters of discipline in the organization. And I suppose, Chair, one would agree that by bringing in fresh leadership into the organization, we can also enable a better ethical culture and better ethical behavior. So those that are accused, if they are not returned to employment, that opens a window for us to reinvigorate the environment, and then not only gain the trust of the employees, but also the public trust, so that we continue to be vigilant and staff our organization with people with the highest standards. Chair, we've addressed Honorable Mananiso's concern about the board, but we will, as you have summarized, Chair, put that program of action on the disciplinary hearings into a slide to demonstrate what is happening and what is the status. And we welcome the suggestion that we don't pay performance bonuses to people who don't adhere to our declarations. I want to state upfront that we have a very robust performance management policy that takes into consideration both individual and organizational performance in determining a bonus. So it's not left to one of the criteria, but to both. And then, Chair, we will we note your comment on the deferred date for the CEO's hearing, and we do I want to confirm that the chair of that hearing has set aside 20 days in April with the understanding that the matter can be finalized. We have 3 co-initiators from the Accounting Authority who represent the Accounting Authority at these in this matter, and they are also vigilant in ensuring that there is no unnecessary delays in finalizing the case that we brought against the CEO. Thank you, Chair. I hope I've covered all the HR and disciplinary matters. I now hand over to the acting CEO, the ARC chairperson, and the acting chief operations officer for their contribution on the questions asked, Chair. Thank you.
Chair, through you, I think the acting CFO. Chair.
All right. They may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to respond to the question regarding a lot of the audit findings are still showing as in progress. Just to mention that the audit was only finalized at the end of September last year, so it was only from beginning of October that we were able to start working on, and there were quite a number of issues that we needed to work through. So for the majority, actions are in place. Well, for all of them, there are actions in place, and we have been working rigorously to resolve the issues as far as possible. There's also been some capacity constraints due to the acting positions, some of the key staff that have been on maternity leave. But we've gone to great lengths to recruit additional capacity where it's been necessary and to fill those positions and to add the capacity that we required. So that's just my comments on the audit outcomes report. Thank you, Chair.
We finish, colleagues, at MERSETA so that we proceed to NSF.
If I may, Chair, I think there was one more question about student support based on what I've mentioned. We in one of the projects we are assisting with student debt. It's contributing to sort of bursaries for completion. So through the entities, we give them a bursary that deals with completion or paying off the student debt. That's what we meant by student debt support. Thank you.
If it's in order, Honorable Chair, we can give to the Acting Executive Officer of the NSF and colleagues from the NSF.
Yeah, thank you, DDG Mbalo. And as we move to the NSF, can we please make sure we move swiftly between one colleague and the other? Thanks, Mr. Mabusel.
Thanks very much, DDG Mbalo. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe to move faster, let me begin by saying we acknowledge and appreciate the comments made by the honorable members, and we accept them, Chair, in good and teachable spirit. With respect to the questions asked by Honorable Chirwa regarding the evidence to the AG as to the reasons thereof why they are not forthcoming, Chair, I've related to the fact that currently the NSF still has to establish a comprehensive IT system with respect to really managing the efficiency and the effectiveness of the bulk of the information that we receive from STPs. In some instances, the information is insufficient. In some instances, it is not forthcoming, simply because the manual processes are quite laborious, and we are then bound to fall in one fault or the other. However, there's currently a OneDrive system that we have put into place that basically grants the AG access to information without necessarily us having to relay that information manually. That OneDrive system, Chair, is configured in specific formats depending on what type of information the AG is requesting. Also, another check and balance mechanism, Chair, that assists us in great deal, it is the tranche payment, where if the STPs, for an example, are not responding satisfactorily with respect to information, we then stop the next tranche payment as such. With respect to issues of differences of amounts, the CFO will elaborate on that, Chair. Coming back to Honorable Sibiya, with respect to trade receivable review, the CFO will respond to that. On consequence management, Chair, as of February, thereof, I must indicate the fact that, Chair, we are proceeding quite well there, because before we institute any labor relations processes, we then need to have those tests available. We are in constant appraisal with the AG regarding this matter, especially those that are of a material nature in terms of irregularity. The current one, Chair, there has been an external consequence management process that has been taken up regarding the STP, and internally, currently there are labor relations processes that are ongoing with respect to closing the material irregularity arising from the determination test confirmation. With regards to the senior management post for PM, Chair, the reason why that was put on hold, it is simply because of the ministerial task team report recommendations, which amongst other things recommended a transformed configuration of the NSF organogram. Now, as a result of that, this then brought about the fact that this post has somehow must be held in abeyance until we fully then restructure the organizational structure, particularly with respect to PM. But then, in the absence of that movement, Chair, this function has been devolved then to provinces or to regions where the senior managers who are residing there, they do not only now look at project implementation, but they also are looking at project initiation, which basically integrate these two. So in short, the appearance of this PM post is not having any adverse effect on the operations of the NSF. I must also say, Chair, we acknowledge the sentiments and the compliments that have been given by Honorable Litsie and yourself, Chair, and we also acknowledge and agree that much as we are moving forward, there is still a lot of stuff that still needs to be done in the NSF. More so if we are to really seriously and impactfully address the need problem that is facing the country. Amongst other things, Chair, it's just that the session wouldn't allow that. There's quite a number of other improvements in terms of how do we then improve our turnaround times with respect from project initiation up to project implementation. There are things that have been put into place, Chair, to address that. Amongst others, we have decentralized actually the function of project initiation, not to reside at the center, because then you had bulk operations and a bottleneck at the center. And so the decentralization to regions is actually assisting us, Chair, to fast track the implementation of these projects as they come. They are no longer aggregated at the center, but then the regions deal with those, and then they make feedbacks to the center for quality assurance purposes and administrative processing. Honorable Litsie also raised, Chair, a question on slide number 3, the long process with respect to filling of the 99 posts. Chair, what I must emphasize here, Chair, is that we're talking of 99 interim posts that we were allowed to interimly fill with regards to project management and other support posts there. At this point in time, Chair, there are, interviews that are going on regarding these posts, and also another encumbrance. Sometimes the panels that must sit on these posts, Chair, they don't really correlate. But the fact of the matter, Chair, is that at this point in time, I must just report to the committee to say interviews are currently taking place. And also, with regards to Honorable Litsie, the question of the capacitation of the quality assurance unit, Memale will respond to that, Chair. Honorable Pillay raised the question on the first slide with regards to the 78% in progress, and the question of timelines was then asked. CFO will expand on that. And then the recruitment status also that was asked, I've responded to the 99 post, PM post, I've responded to that, Chair. Then Honorable Liabo, on data reconciliation to avoid duplicates. I think DD Chimvalo has responded to that, Chair. If there is any further information other than what DD Chimvalo has submitted, Ms. Era will add. And then Honorable Manani so raised a request regarding the appointments of the remaining posts. And we interpret that, Chair, as requesting a submission of data in terms of the management plan of these remaining posts. We will be in a position to do that, Chair, within the stipulated time frame. And you also raised, Chair, quite a number of other issues which we note, and largely they were raised by honorable members. And yeah, I think that's it, Chair, from my side. I will give over to CFO and then to respond, followed by Memalebu and then Meera. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, thank you so much, Acting EO. Again, apologies, Chairperson, my camera is not working still. I must say that this is a new computer, so I'm still finding my way. I even called IT to assist me. Unfortunately, they couldn't assist. So I would like to submit that I can respond to the questions. Okay, so the first question relates to the difference between the quarterly reports and AFS on TVET infrastructure. So the exact amount there is around 3 million. So the reasons why we have this difference, obviously it deals with the quarterly reconciliations. I think we were lacking as NSF there. And then also the lack of adequate reviews. So when we submitted the financial statements, there were no adequate reviews. So I did indicate the fact that now we have champions that will be assisting us. I will respond to the question of champions a bit later, but we have champions that are assisting us in this regard. The issue that is at main here is the fact that we need to have a preventative controls instead of corrective controls. As we stand now, we are looking at the corrective controls where the AG has picked up finding and we have to respond or correct that finding. I think this is one of the findings that I highlighted or alluded to earlier, that AG allowed us to make those adjustments. So going forward, we are hoping that this will be resolved. So the second issue was raised by Honorable Member Sibia around the receivables. So this is again is an item that is a disclosure. So on a quarterly basis, we do submit or receive this from fund management, and therefore we perform all the reviews, and the internal auditors are assisting us in that regard. So they are busy now with the interim audit. Then the outcome of the workbooks, we will then determine when they conclude their audit. So they are currently busy with the interim audit. Okay. The next question was from Honorable Pillay. Honorable Member Pillay, between 22% and 78%. Again, in this regard, it's what I alluded to earlier, when we have corrected the issue. We have corrected the issues, but because of the internal control deficiencies, we want to ensure that it does not reoccur again. So most of the findings have been addressed. So why we have kept it here is because we want then the AG to come and say, okay, I'm happy now with your internal control deficiencies that you have implemented. So for example, like I've indicated earlier, to say the preventative controls, this is what we are looking at here, and not the corrective measures. So maybe the safest position that we can report the feedback around this is after the audit has been concluded by the Auditor General of South Africa. So we still await. But I must highlight the fact that the internal auditors also do look at the internal controls, and so far it has been positive. So we are just hoping that the AG will give us the same result. Then the last question that I need to respond to, it was raised by Honorable Member Mananiso around the champions that we've appointed. So these champions are in the organogram that I must emphasize. And secondly, they are at a deputy director level. So the reason for us to include them to assist us with the reviews is because they deal with these matters on a daily basis. However, in the past, you will find that there's no dedicated person who will say, okay, consolidate all the information, then perform the reviews. So what will happen now? Each person will perform the task that is given, then it will be submitted to the champion, then the champion will perform the reviews, and then the reviews then will go to the director of fund management, who will then conclude in terms of his reviews, of his or her reviews. Then it will be submitted to the CFO for the final reviews and the inclusion in the financial statements. I hope I've covered all the questions, and thank you so much.
Thank you, CFO, and thank you, Mr. Mabusela. I'm going to be responding to two questions. I think the one Mr. Mabusela omitted was around the appointment of the project management consulting firm. Just to indicate, Chairperson and honorable members, that as the NSF, we have been engaging the Department of Higher Education and Training through the BSc and BEC processes, and it is an ongoing process, and we are hoping to get finalization of the process finalized and concluded in terms of appointing the project management company. Then in terms of the capacity building of the quality assurance function, Chairperson and honorable members, we want to elevate the importance of capacity building for skills development implementation as a whole. And we want to ensure that resources who are participating in these key activities are trained and able to implement specific activities within the shortest space of time. At this point in time, the function is being led by a deputy director who is acting, together with 6 interns who have since been trained on how to utilize the system and also determine what the requirements are in terms of the underlying source documents that is expected from the different directorates. Capacitation also looks at the community of practice that we are trying to inculcate across skills development implementation, and we want to then also train the different directorates to ensure there is a common understanding in terms of what documents get submitted to the National Skills Fund, how documents need to be submitted. So, Chairperson, just to indicate that we want to keep it on our radar, and that is why we indicate capacitation. It's really just to make sure that as we improve on this learning environment we are embarking on as part of the transformation strategy, we do not lose the essence and importance of capacity building. Thank you, Chairperson. I'll hand over to Ms. Era in case there are questions she's responding to. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. The question that I wanted to add to or respond to is in relation to the Department of Home Affairs and the PSET duplication. Firstly, to indicate that the findings were twofold. The first one was related to the correctness of the ID and personal information of the beneficiaries, including whether the beneficiaries had subsequently passed on during their training. And then the second part of the finding was related to the PSET duplication. So the department, so inherently NSF needed to have a two-pronged approach in resolving these two findings, even though they are related. So the Home Affairs agreement that is being led by DHET, as I indicated, they are currently in process. They are leading the entire process as the department, because it does require coordination of all the entities within that agreement. And there are quite a few matters around copy management that needs to be adhered to. So the protocols, procedures, and systemic arrangements are currently under discussion. And once that is documented and signed, the deployment and assurance of that information will then be processed accordingly. DDG Imvalo has responded to the issue of duplications as part of the PSET systemic ICT approach to detect those. However, what I wanted to provide the committee with assurance is internally within the NSF, as part of the QA and validation process, we have commenced with the analysis of data within the NSF so that we're able to establish if there are any duplications across the projects. We did have our first report, and those duplications that were identified, there were reasons provided, and I'll give you an example. We had beneficiaries that attended agricultural related programs, And then subsequently, they also attended SMME training. So they were reported under 2 different programs, but inherently this was 2 support programs for the beneficiaries to become self-employed and sustainable in terms of the qualification areas that they had obtained. So that was some of the analysis that we've done. The second thing that we have implemented in conjunction or through the department is we are now reporting all our information to DHET so that as the department deploys the approach on the system analysis, the NSF data is incorporated as part of that portfolio of information that's readily available. We will continue to collaborate and also work with the department around the automation of the performance information because some of the human error will kick in with the amount of data that we are managing. So that's quite critical. It is intended and planned that once the automation is deployed, that the Home Affairs linkage will also be embedded in the system. And that's part of the protocol discussion we need to finalize with Home Affairs, obviously to manage the sensitivity around personal information and also access to the Home Affairs database and information. So once those policies are finalized, then the cross-sectoral interventions will then be implemented fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, esteemed Chair, honorable members, and also appreciate responses given by colleagues from MERSETA as well as National Skills Fund. So, Chairperson and the Honorable Portfolio Committee, now we are in your hands. We shall await for your direction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mvalo, and thank you very much to the colleagues from the National Skills Fund as well as MERSETA. I want to note Honorable Yabo, who has requested to make one recommendation before I close.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. Seeing that we are experiencing a lot of questions around the independence of forensic investigations and whether it's law firms or forensic investigation companies that are appointed by most of the time people who would be themselves implicated in wrongdoing, whether it be boards, whether it be councils, whether it be accounting authorities. The recommendation that we would like to submit is perhaps we should look at empowering the SIU more. Yes, there has been an outcry around the issues of cost implications and that the SIU is very expensive to procure as an independent body to conduct these investigations. However, I think answer the question of independence and conflict of interest, perhaps we should look at having the SIU being empowered more, or a statutory body that has got an arm's length relationship with the said entities, departments, and or organs of state to carry out independent forensic investigations. Because independence is really important in our democracy to protect the integrity of processes that relate to digging up wrongdoing and finding the root cause and the perpetrators of such wrongdoing. Otherwise, it's going to the argument will always arise about the independence of these councils, boards, who appoint independent forensic investigators on matters that they themselves have presided over, the malice that they would have presided over. So I wanted to make that submission, Chair, so that it's put on record that we have raised this matter, that for the purposes of independence and solving the the conflict of interest question. Perhaps the SIU needs to be empowered more with the function of conducting independent forensic investigations on all government entities, on all organs of state, including departments, to erase that gray area of accountability, integrity, ethical leadership, as well as independence of these forensic audits. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yabo, for that recommendation. I really want to appreciate all the comments, questions, recommendations from members. And I think Mr. Mbala acknowledged earlier on that what is nice about coming to our committee is that we don't only say why, and how come, but we also try to provide some sort of guidance on how we should be moving forth. We view our role as that of supporting the sector, and support comes in different ways. Support comes through highlighting when we have really not done well, but also in trying to help you think through some of the challenges that you have. And I think for me, when there's transparency, Mr. Mabusela, in some of the things you've articulated, you've been transparent to say we're struggling here and here. And that is why coming to us and saying we're struggling is the correct approach, because then we are able to put our minds together and see how we can move forward. With that being said, I want to thank colleagues. It will be the responsibility of the 7th administration to continue monitoring the work of these two entities. We wish you all the best. We do hope that ngempela we can get these entities to be at the level at which we hope for them to be in order for them to make the requisite impact in society. I think most of the questions that members asked have been answered. There is that data that we have requested that we implore on colleagues to ensure they submit within the next 7 working days, so that we are able to conclude the work that we're doing here and attach that information to the minutes of this meeting. So with that being said, that brings us to the end of our meeting. We as members of the committee should stay on as we adopt minutes. And I also just need to make a few announcements to yourselves as well, members. But thank you, Mr. Mbalo, to you and your team. Siyabonga.
Honorable Chair,
Thank you,
and
Chair.
members of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee members. Goodbye.
All right, honorable members, if we can just go through the minutes. Let me open this file. So we're gonna go through the minutes of the 23rd, 28th, and the 6th. So 23rd, 28th February, and 6th March. So on the 23rd of Feb, we were dealing with we were interacting with the Department of Science and Innovation in relation to activities aimed at stimulating business investment in research, development, and innovation. Those minutes are 3 pages long. I would like to implore on colleagues from the DSI, Shanaz and Renee, if we could try and put a little bit more meat on our minutes. I know we have 3 more weeks left, but I do think they're a bit thin. I think we could put a little bit more meat on those minutes. But as in terms of how they have been packaged at this point in time, they do look like a true reflection of our meeting, but let me check from members. Then we will, Honorable Khakha, I note your hand, I'll come to you in 1 second. Then on the 28th, we interacted with the the Department of Higher Education, and there we were looking into the 2024 registration and enrollment, as well as mitigation plans to ensure a smooth commencement of the 2024 academic year. We also looked into other issues relating to certification backlog and feasibility studies for the 2 new institutions in Hammanskraal and in Ekurhuleni. Those minutes are 6 pages long. I think I saw a typo on page 5. The department submits in writing detailed responses to questions not answered in the meeting. So if we could just edit that. And then on the 6th of March, sorry, I'm just trying to find those minutes. All right. On the 6th of March, we dealt with the Department of Higher Education and got an update on state of governance in the higher education sector and performance and the overall performance of SETAs. And I think in those minutes, if on page 4, we say the department submits written responses. Well, the committee has resolved that the department submits written responses on details in relation to the leadership. Maybe you could say compilation of leadership so that it's quite clear what we mean. Yeah, what about the leadership? What do we want to know about the leadership? So I think if we could just substantiate that bullet a little bit so that the person who's reading these minutes understands what we're talking about. So those are the 3 sets of minutes I'd like us to, or that we are putting forth to be adopted in this meeting. Honorable Khachao, I see your hand is up. Can I take it before I call for members to adopt?
Yes,
or unless
Chair.
you're adopt?
No. I wasn't here for the 2 first meetings, Chair, so I am not in a position to move. But 2 things, I wanted to just alert the Secretariat that there's still DSI people in the meeting who need to vacate, please, because I'm not sure if they should be here for this conversation. But then the second thing is that, but it was flagged, I see now it was flagged in the chat function that members did not receive the minutes for the 6th, just now the other day, which was I think Tuesday. So those minutes have not been received. I think the only 2 minutes that members have are the first 2, which I wasn't present for. So those are those are the only things. Thank you.
All right. There's no problem with colleagues from DHET being in the meeting. I don't think it's DSI colleagues that are here. I think it's DHET colleagues that are here, and there's no problem with that. Adoption of minutes is not a secret. The meeting is still live. It's still being flighted for the public to view. We just don't want to bore colleagues with minutes adoption. That's why we often release them if they do need to go. But if they're in the meeting, there's no problem with that. And then I apologize, colleagues. I probably have the minutes on the 6th, but they've not yet been shared with yourselves. So I apologize for that. We will adopt them in the next meeting. Thank you for that, Honorable Khachao. And I see Anele has indicated that as well. So it'll then just be the ones of the 23rd and 28th, and then when you as members have received the ones on the 6th, we'll go through them. Can I please note hands that seek to adopt the minutes on the 23rd and 28th? Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by actually agreeing with you on the one of the 28th in terms of only the changes of bulletin on the resolution, the one that you said they must remove 2 on the issue of the answer. And I adopt those minutes as a true reflection with your amendments. That's the only mistake that I've seen. And on the one of the 23/02/24, I think the minutes are a true reflection. They just need to create a space after item number 1 to 2. I move for the adoption of these minutes with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Can I see a hand that seeks to second the adoption of the minutes? Honorable Pillay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I wish to second the minutes. Thank you.
All right. Honorable members, the minutes for the 23rd and 28th of Feb have been adopted by Honorable Mananiso with the amendments and seconded by Honorable Pillay. That brings us to the end. Oh, I must stop saying that. It's to the end of our. And that
I'm saying the minutes are thirded by me.
Oh, okay, thirded by you, fourth by I don't know who. But yes, colleagues, next week we will be meeting at just a reminder, we'll be meeting at Itemba Labs. We were we've initially had placed them on one of our programs, I think early last year, if not end of the year before, but we couldn't honor that plan due to changes to the committee program. And then we were invited to the launch of Itemba Labs, and we couldn't honor that either. But we have then tried to find a way to visit the labs next week, Wednesday. They are in Cape Town, in Eerste River. So shuttles will collect members from their parks or their villages. And then we'll also adopt the legacy report, or we will consider the legacy report for science and innovation. Members would have received the report about a week ago, if I'm not mistaken. And there was a request from Renee for us to go through the report and make our comments or, whatever amendments we want made. Those amendments will be presented in when we consider the report, of course. If there are major amendments. If there are minor amendments, of course not. We can just amend. But if there are major amendments, they will have to be discussed, in the meeting on Wednesday. And then we will adopt the legacy report. Members are expected to attend, and it is a formal meeting, a work meeting. And yeah, they will be walking, so members are encouraged to wear comfortable shoes that support walking around the facilities during the walkabout of Itemba Labs before our meeting where we consider the report. So we also, so if colleagues can kindly ensure, members can kindly ensure that they make the amendments to no slippers, please. Can isicathulo, angazi ukuthi ngasichaza kanjani isicathulo, but sicela isicathulo. Yeah, please make sure that your amendments are submitted to Renee by today so that, she can start finalizing the report on time. Nibe bahle on Wednesday. Mhlampe sothatha group picture yokugcina sele nga 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Oh, barefoot, Honorable Gagao. I don't think we are averse to barefoot. But yes, colleagues, let's just be comfortable, please. Colleagues, that brings us to the end of our meeting. Please enjoy your weekend.
Bye-bye, Yella. See you next week.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Long
live the child.
Long live.
Recording stopped.
Let's start by the slippers. Lidi kwai kwai. Yeah.
Okay, we will try. We will try. We will look into what our old drop affords. Yeah. Ngane ka para vest ya ka mose ya basketball. You said so mara re format.
Living batle shem.
Okay.
Sure.
Hi, Papa.